一二三四四，hello hello 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 hello，一二三四四。 Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Hi, interpreter. This is Ruth. I can hear you.
The most honorable Mr. Ge Zhirong, Academician Chen Junshi, Vice President Zhang Feng, Mr. David Zop, Mr. Yi Ray. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The China International Food Safety and Quality Conference 2021 is officially open. As we all know, the COVID-19 broke out again. Across the country, we have adopted very strict control measures. Beijing is not an exception to ensure the health of participants and the successful holding of this conference. The organizing committee scaled down the 15th conference. That's why the organizing committee hoped the participants could strictly abide by the relevant regulations on epidemic control and prevention. Thank you for your cooperation. Next, we are going to hold the welcome session. First of all, we are going to invite Mr. Ge Zhirong, the Honorary Chairman, CIFSQ Conference, former Counselor of the State Council, PR China, the former Deputy Director of CIFSQ, member of the 11th CPPCC National Committee, to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Ge, the floor is yours. Distinguished Academician Chen, Vice President Zhang, dear delegates and participants online and offline, good morning. Today, we are gathering here to hold the annual China International Food Safety and Quality Conference, and this is the 5th of this conference. And first of all, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to the successful organization of this meeting, despite of the difficulties caused by COVID-19. I still remember that the day before yesterday, President Xi Jinping, on the 50th anniversary, in celebration of the China resumption of their official presence in the United Nations, he emphasized the all countries to join hands for building the shared community for all human beings. And in the future, we are going to strengthen our cooperation in dealing with biodiversity, challenges, and climate, as well as the universal difficulties in front of us. 2 days later, we are here to hold this conference. I think it is really relevant and meaningful. After 14 years of this conference, the 15th conference will provide us an opportunity to talk about the food safety and quality issues, which will further accelerate the construction of the shared community for all humankind in overcoming the food safety challenges. We are going to make our contribution. Last year, as a public health emergent accident, COVID-19 caused severe damages to people's life and the world economy. During this period, we experienced the repeated occurrence and breakout of COVID-19 under the leadership of the central government. China, together with the medical institutions and all the Chinese people, we dedicated to controlling the COVID-19 and maintaining a stable situation and breaking the epidemic under control. In 2021, Chinese economy has been basically free from the impact of COVID-19 and become normalized. Of course, the epidemic recurred, but we will defeat it finally. This year, Chinese economy, according to the statistics published by the China Statistics Administration, in the first 3 quarters, the GDP increased by 9.8% than the same period of last year. And this is the achievements in controlling and preventing COVID-19. We made remarkable achievements finally. So at this moment, we are gathering here to hold the 15th conference and talk about relevant issues. We will further promote our works in food safety and quality control. Food is everything for human beings. Chinese government emphasized food safety and dedicates to the modern governance system construction and gradually strengthen the monitoring from farm to fork in order to improve the food safety and control level. According to the sampled statistics, as the economy developed rapidly and the market demand expanded, the food safety is surely guaranteed in China, but of course, there are still some problems which can easily occur, and we need to prevent microbe contamination, the pesticide residue, and overuse of food additives, chemical fertilizers, and we need continuous governance and control. With relevant measures, we will provide the consumers with a safety and reliable food environment. I read through the agenda of this conference and found some sustainable development of the food safety topics. IFRI will host the roundtable under the title of Sustainable Development. As a witness of the food safety development in China, I feel that sustainable development is essential to food safety and quality control, and it will bring us a promising future. It is known to all that global warming is a severe challenge faced by all. Carbon emission is the main cause of global warming. Emission reduction is key to reverse climate change. This year witnessed the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party. We promised to realize carbon peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. For this purpose, how to build a sustainable, developing, green, low carbon food safety enterprise is a brand new mission for all the food processors. Due to the climate, the huge demand for limited resources, the food industry is facing heightened pressure. which will result in the processes and catering industry's carbon emission. Sustainable means the future of our industry. We need to contribute to the 2 carbon targets. Carbon peaking and carbon neutrality are challenges and opportunities for the food industry. China is a big food processor. The carbon emission from this industry is enormous. How to solve the carbon emission in manufacturing, processing, and transportation? It is the requirement for us to develop the industry. Secondly, how to make use of the technological innovation to develop new products and strengthen the low carbon food innovation and cut down emission from the origin, and how to develop environment-friendly production model, and how to make our contribution to the 2 carbon targets. Our conference has been successfully held for 15 years. As the honorary chairman of the conference, I would like to express my wishes to the conference, and we hope our conference sustainably development and great success. Thank you very much. I don't know whether you know that Mr. Ge is the only domestic participant of the 15th conference of the 15 conferences. We should express our appreciation for his support and contribution to the conference. Thank you, Mr. Ge. Next, the next speaker is Mr. Mahler Clark, William Mahler, the managing partner from Mahler Clark LLP PS. He was planned to deliver online welcome speech, but he couldn't attend the conference in person. He asked me to express his apology, and now I'm going to introduce him. He is a versatile American lawyer who keeps a close eye on the development of the food safety. In his career life, he fully understands what food safety means to consumers and advocates to protect consumers through scientific means, stricter governance, and better restraint mechanism. He and his partner established Mahler Clark law firm, which is a well-esteemed law firm which claimed justice and rights for the consumers suffered from food safety incidents.
We really sincerely thank the supporter of Mr. Mahler for our conference. It's a pity that he cannot be here in person. However, he asked us to send his best wishes to all the participants online and offline. And also he wishes that next year he will be able to join the 2022 CIFSQ. So now let's give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Chen Junshi, Senior Research Professor and Chief Advisor of China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. The floor is yours, Acclamation Chen. Thank you. It's my great pleasure to be here today. And I'm very happy to see the successful convening of this conference. I want to say a few words. Firstly, the annual conference is a very great platform for the practitioners in food industry, including the industry experts, government agencies, and academicians as well as the experts. It offers us a very great opportunity to exchange ideas. For this year, we have the representatives from the US FDA, European counterparts, and the relevant authorities from China. Meanwhile, we have altogether prepared 15 breakout sessions, and each afternoon, each half day will have 5 breakout sessions, and we have a very colorful panels for different breakout sessions. Secondly, just as mentioned by Mr. Ge, that China has witnessed a very positive trend in food safety. This is a very positive sign for every one of us. Also, we are now faced with more challenges because the people wishes that food safety could be elevated to a higher level, and we aim to meet that expectation. Therefore, all the practitioners and the scientists are working together to make it happen, and we are making great efforts to improve China's food safety during the 14th five-year plan period, not only to respond to some major incidents or accidents, but to comprehensively improve the science-based food safety. For instance, the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment under the guideline of FAO is working on the indicator system to evaluate China's food safety. As we say, we already witnessed some progress, yet we need some quantitative indicators to demonstrate that, and our effort has been greatly supported by FAO, and it has also been made known to the global community. Certainly, to follow what Mr. Ge mentioned, climate change, carbon dioxide emission are very important challenges. As actually we know, on September the 23rd, the UN convened the Food System Summit, and 1 month has passed since that summit was convened. I believe the Food System Summit has actually enabled the practitioners to understand food safety from the different dimensions. Because, of course, the food system is related to the whole industrial chain. It's also related to all the activities and the contents throughout the whole industrial chain. And we should think about the industrial chain's impact on the economy, on the environment, and on the society. And that's what we call the food system. And there are a lot of different factors that will influence the whole food system. Food safety definitely is a determinant of the food system. Of course, there are some other factors that may exert impact on food system, including climate change, carbon dioxide emission, food waste, in particular, from the supply side to provide high quality food. The Food System Summit aims to provide safe and nutritional food for all. Therefore, I think this is a very good timing for us to have this conference and wish this conference a complete success. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Academician Chen, for your wonderful remarks. Now, let's give the floor to the co-organizer of this conference. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Zhang Feng from Chinese Academy of Inspection and Quarantine. Distinguished Mr. Ge, Academician Chen, David Sharp, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to be with you here today for the 15th CIFSQ. Therefore, on behalf of our Academy, I would like to extend a sincere welcome and gratitude to all the participants today. Our Academy is affiliated to the National Market Supervision Administration. It's a non-profit institution mainly specialized in the quarantine and examination inspection, as well as the relevant high technology and soft science research. In particular, we focus on the comprehensive, key, sounding, and fundamental scientific matters. Our Academy has offered solid foundation for the decision-making of the inspection and quarantine, as well as the relevant research. And we also provide scientific services to training and research. It's fair to say that the sectorate of the Food Sampling and Inspection Center, as well as the National Key Lab for Food Safety and Quality, actually located in our Academy. And we have shouldered the responsibility of scientific support and guarantee for food safety. As you may know, that the plan of the food safety sampling was actually carried out by our Academy. And altogether, there are 4 levels for the system, including the central government level, provincial level, the municipality level, and the county level. This is a very important task, and we should also collect and analyze relevant data and submit the data to our leaders. Mr. Ge and Mr. Chen already mentioned that the sampling data demonstrated that China's food safety has witnessed a great improvement, yet we cannot ignore some challenges and shortcomings. Besides, the sectorate also has another important function. In line with the food safety law and its implementation methods, we are carrying out the food safety supplementary inspection standards and the faster track food safety inspection. This year, we may also kick off another important task, which is to validate and evaluate the fast-track food safety inspection so as to increase the quality of the fast-track food safety inspection. Besides, for the next step, we are also going to set up the standards for non-edible materials. As is new to all, food safety is a matter of life or death. For all the people, it's a common pursuit for a happy and healthy life. After the implementation of the 10-year plan, and we stick to the principle to control from the source and comprehensive industrial chain inspection and a series of food inspection campaigns. All of these have improved the whole sector. And also on the 5th plenary session of the 18th CC conference, we always prioritize people's life and public health. And also the 5th plenary session of the 16th CPC Congress proposed to promote high quality development and to make China into a strong powerhouse in manufacturing and in quality. Despite all the progress, we still have some gap from people's expectations. Our inspection means efficiency and technology need to be further improved. China is a big populous country and a major consumer of food, and we also had a very big market and multiple players in the food industry. And the per capita consumption is about 40 grams, and we still have some challenges to guarantee people's livelihood. Therefore, we are going to leverage our own advantage and to coordinate with all the regulators and strengthen our capacity, increase efficiency, coordinate the ex-post and the post-act regulation to accelerate building a suitable food safety regulation and a monitoring technology guarantee system. Meanwhile, we will also better help the local governments to be accountable and help the businesses to honor their responsibility and promote self-discipline of the industry and pursue the high quality development of the whole industry so that we can really guarantee food safety. Finally, I would like to wish this conference a complete success. I wish you all happy and healthy and all the best. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, please allow me to introduce you another old friend of us, Mr. Alfred Menza. And during his tenure as the Deputy Secretary of the USDA, he is to come to China for the CIFSQ conferences and deliver the keynote speeches. And now he is with JBS, which is the biggest meat food processor. And he is the head of the global food safety and quality management. He asked me to extend greetings and wishes to all the friends, old and new, of CIFSQ, and also asked me to thank JBS for the great support. Now, I'd like to invite another old friend of us, and he is an international friend who has been with us for 15 years for the conference. That is David Sharp. And so I will hand it over to Mr. David Sharp. Let's welcome.
Please open your microphone. We cannot hear you.
Mr. David, please switch on your microphone. We cannot hear you.
This microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Shall I start again?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll abbreviate just a little bit then, but honored guests, delegates, presenters, exhibitors, and sponsors, ni hao, good morning. We're extremely pleased to be involved in supporting this year's organization of the China International Food Safety and Quality Conference, or the CIFSQ. This conference has been held for 15 years now, and it's exciting to see that it was able to continue to take place both virtually and in person last year and this year. The conference is important to continuing to provide food science and food safety information for all delegates. IAFP, or the International Association for Food Protection, is proud to be the global host for the CIFSQ conference each year. We have been here since the very beginning in 2007, when the first conference was held. And since that time, when we've been able to establish affiliated groups in China and North America to help bring food safety professionals together to discuss food safety issues that affect us all. This is the strength of IAFP, to bring people together around the topic of food safety. And in fact, our mission is to provide food safety professionals worldwide with a forum to exchange information on protecting the food supply. IAFP publishes 2 food safety journals, the Journal of Food Protection and Food Protection Trends. In addition, we have a monthly online newsletter titled the IAFP Report. These publications are made available to IAFP members for the low cost of US $55 per year. Members of IAFP also receive these publications, and they receive the lowest registration fees for the conferences. Speaking of conferences, IAFP conducts what we call our annual meeting, which is actually the largest food safety conference focusing on scientific presentations. In August of 2022, our conference will be held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we expect up to 3,000 people to be in attendance. We realize the hardships that the whole world has endured over the last 19 months, and we have hope that vaccines will help to eliminate or at least hold down the COVID-19 virus to a point where we can continue life without the fear of infection or death. Hopefully by next year, the conferences, both the CIFSQ and the IAFP, can return to a more normal appearance. You may or may not know about the current status of COVID-19 in Beijing and the surrounding provinces. There had been a recent outbreak that had a direct effect on this year's CIFSQ conference. The event had to be scaled down at the last minute to comply with epidemic control measures. Even at that, the conference still has 157 speakers from more than 25 countries and territories. We truly appreciate everyone, speakers, exhibitors, sponsors, and delegates, making the special effort to participate in person and online despite the challenges being faced. So now, on behalf of IAFP and our members, we extend a heartfelt welcome to everyone participating this year in the China International Food Safety and Quality Conference. We hope you'll learn from the presentations over the next 2 days, and you can put your new knowledge to work. Please enjoy the conference. So now I'm going to change over to my moderator role to open up the regulatory session. Today, we have 5 people representing various governmental agencies or committees from China, the European Commission, and the United States. Each will have approximately 20 minutes on the program to provide us with their update. I will introduce each presenter with their name and title, and for additional details about each presenter, please refer to the event guide. So first we'll begin with Gu Xiaopeng, the Deputy Director of the Food Production Safety Supervision Department at the State Administration for Market Regulation in China. So please, Mr. Gu.
Thank you.
Distinguished Mr. Ge, Mr. Zhang, FDA colleagues, the participants online and offline. And this year, I will focus on the HACCP application and the challenges, solutions for SMEs. There are 170,000 food factories. More than 10,000 are exporters, as well as enormous food processing workshops, about 330,000. Most of them are SMEs. As an important link along the industrial and supply chain and value chain, and the SMEs are the responsible entities to take responsibilities in food safety. The food safety laws and relevant regulations, rules, and the hygiene regulations clearly set out the responsibilities of enterprises. The compliant production, the risk screening and prevention measures need to be taken. And those screening and measures require the application of HACCP. And the systematic application of HACCP is very important. Of course, food safety laws also has some encouragement or incentive sections. Some enterprises, in response to their own needs and demand, would conduct the certification process. So such a process would realize the compliance of enterprises. So the system development and iteration needs to realize compliance. So the management of enterprises will form a system through reviewing and streamlining, and we could further improve it. It is required for the enterprise to materialize its supply chain. It needs to improve and iterate. According to the World Bank research, a country's food safety management system would go through 4 stages, developing from traditional to modern. So this is the revolution of food safety management measures from PP inspection to the process management onto the system management. HACCP application is one of the important indicators or benchmark in food safety. At national level and company level, HACCP application reflects the process of modernization. China is building the modernized country with the socialist characteristics. HACCP is a universal and effective solution to food safety. It is economical, preventive, and systematic. Its codex also defines the requirements in application of HACCP. At the very beginning, it was an annex attached to the general rules. In 2020, the amendment was made for HACCP, the 7 theories and applications were incorporated in the text of the codex. The hygiene regulation and the application of HACCP, 7 theories, 12 steps. Also, it emphasizes the training and flexibility in application. As a law in China, HACCP is reflected in many laws and regulations. Article 48, the incentive provision is provided to establish a system or through certification. HACCP provides a compulsory requirements. Systematic application is still being explored and how to use it systematically. And the central government document number 17, the opinions on strengthening the food safety from the State Council. The HACCP application is mentioned in many places. And firstly, it should be problem-oriented. Prevention is the basic measure. HACCP is a means to prevent safety issues. So the direction is very clear in the specific regulations, and the hygiene standard, national standard is also mentioned about their HACCP application. So nationally and internationally, codex meets the demand or needs in the enterprise's production. The downstream would require the upstream to apply HACCP. For example, the exporters are required to abide by relevant standards. The HACCP is to serve the food exporters. CIFSQ is accepted the HACCP. About 13,000 food processors and producers have set up the system and certified. So this is the certification proportion among food enterprises. In establishing HACCP, the certification would refer to ISO 20,000 and HACCP.
你比如说 BR
For instance, BRC, etc., all in line with the requirements of the supply chain. And here you can see the certification of IFSC and BRC, as well as the other certifications. So I just want to say that a lot of companies, especially some exporters, are using HACCP. Therefore, now we're actually at a new historical stage for the application of HACCP. And it's not only the needs of the businesses and the needs of the supply chain. The regulators also have much clearer requirements. And so the revision of GB 14881 is a new challenge. How to revise it and to apply HACCP principle into it, and that will be the compulsory, that will be mandatory requirements. And besides, we think that the businesses need to follow certain certification requirements, and they are altogether for plans to revise GB 14881. A very important point is that we need to implement the HACCP principle into the overall requirements. In particular, from the third dimension, you can see this is a much better option to apply the HACCP-based systematic approach and to do HACCP analysis for the whole production process, identify obvious hazard, and adopt effective and flexible preventive measures, and to have very effective preventive controls. So let's say if this is the new regulatory requirements, monetary HACCP application, that will be a very great challenge for SMEs, because we know they do have some practices in using HACCP, yet they do have a lot of problems. The first one is that they have quite insufficient understanding of HACCP system principle. Therefore, they don't attach great importance to HACCP system. Secondly, they still have a very big gap in using HACCP for their preparation. In particular, in the GMP or in their hygiene management and personnel management. So their foundation to use HACCP is quite weak. And we found out that there are a lot of crises and challenges for SMEs to use HACCP. Therefore, the SMEs really need to attach great importance for GMP. In particular, they need to establish very great SOP regarding the hygiene and health management. Only in this way can they establish a very effective, targeted HACCP application plan. Thirdly, another important shortage or bottleneck is about the capacity of the staff, including in hazard analysis and identification, the validation, and the application of HACCP to make it more scientific, more consistent, in particular to guarantee the effectiveness of the plan. Therefore, the SMEs need to build up their capacity in this area. So you can see that for SMEs in using HACCP, they have a lot of weakness. Therefore, we need to adopt some measures, including increasing their awareness in their capacity building, while at the same time, we need to adopt some flexible measures. For instance, to simplify the approach of hazard analysis, etc. We believe such simplification and the flexible adjustment means to control safety-related hazards. Besides, the external resources are also needed. In addition, we could come up with some categorized template to make hazard plan for the SMEs to learn. The regulators, professional institutions, and research institutions could formulate some guidelines and some database to help them to really implement hazard in their whole process. Training is also another critical approach. It's also a very fundamental approach to enhance the capability of SMEs. Only in this way can guarantee that the qualified staff will be involved in the hazard analysis and validate hazard coefficient. When the exporters are using hazard, we actually made the guideline for its application, and we also referred to WHO and the Codex results. In particular, we borrowed some template from them so that the businesses will know better how to implement hazard. I believe all of these are very valuable experiments and pilot projects. Just now already mentioned that SMEs are faced with a lot of challenges in this area, and we already adopted some countermeasures to help them. All in all, I just want to emphasize that in terms of the requirement of the food safety law or the guidelines to deepen reform or to align our practices with the international standards and the more modernized society or a modernized food producing industry. And also from the perspective of the needs of the businesses and supply chain, as well as our current status quo, has application is the trend, which is inevitable. The key is to guide and help the small and medium-sized food producers to use hazard principle and a series of other systematic measures. And we also propose some countermeasures, including to carry out some skill and technique-based training and cultivate the talents and strengthen capacity building, adopt some simplified, flexible measures, and to formulate a series of guidelines. Besides, with improvement in regulation, including its mode of regulation or the credit or smart-based regulation, all of these could guide the businesses to better use hazard. Thank you so much. That's all for my part.
We would like to have the next presenter. That will be Mr. Frank Yanis. He is the Deputy Commissioner for Food Policy and Response at the United States Food and Drug Administration. His will be a pre-recorded message, but before we start the pre-recorded message, we have Miss Vanessa Shaw Dorr, who is the Director of the China Office for US FDA. So please, Ms. Shaw.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Shaldor, and I'm the Country Director of the Food and Drug Administration China office located here within the U.S. Embassy of Beijing. I, as well as my colleagues, are excited to be with you here today at the 2021 CIFSQ conference, both virtually and in person. Tomorrow, I will share with you FDA's plan to promote food safety culture, a core element of the FDA's new era of smarter food safety. And my colleague, Dr. Don Prater, Assistant Commissioner for Imported Food Safety, will provide an update on FDA's work on antimicrobial resistance. This morning, I am pleased to be here to introduce Mr. Frank Yanis, FDA's Deputy Commissioner for Food Policy and Response. Deputy Commissioner Yanis will speak to you about FDA's implementation of the New Era Blueprint in our efforts to bend the curve on foodborne illness through a modern approach to food safety. Now over to Frank. Thank you.
Three, two, one.
Well, good morning. It's good to participate in the China International Food Safety and Quality Conference again. Well, I'll be with you in person. At least happy I get to do this virtually. This is not my first time presenting at this event. I was fortunate to participate in the very first China International Food Safety and Quality Conference in 2007 as president of the International Association for Food Protection, also known as IFP. And while I've presented and I have worked on food safety in China in the past and all over the world, this is only my second time that I represent at this event the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Now, whether you are part of the public or private sector, whether you work in China or another region of the world, this conference is really important because it brings together the diverse global food safety community. Consumers everywhere want safe food, and they want food that they can trust. But we all have crucial roles to play on food safety. And to be successful, we all must work together. When I last presented to this group, it was 2019. I shared then that the FDA was embarking on a sea change on how we would approach food safety for years to come. We call it a new era of smarter food safety. So today I'd like to update you on the progress that we've made in implementing the new era of smarter food safety since we last talked. And as a reminder, the goal of the new era work is to bend the curve of foodborne illness in the United States and around the world, once and for all, so that consumers in every nation can live better lives for generations to come. And as you'll hear, we've made real progress over the past 2 years, despite being in the midst of a public health crisis of historic proportions. The pandemic has shaped our work, but it certainly hasn't stopped it. In contrast, you're going to see the update that we've made and that the pandemic has re-energized, validated, and refocused the need for this new era of smarter food safety. Let me begin by painting the big picture. You see, I believe we're in the midst of a food revolution. Many believe we're going to see more changes in the food system over the next 10 years than we've seen over the past several decades. Foods are being reformulated, new food and new food production methods are being realized, and the food system is becoming increasingly digitized. And partly due to the effects of the pandemic, agricultural technological investments are at an all-time high. Some of the changes that we see are being driven by consumer demand for a variety of products, healthier food choices, more sustainable foods. But other changes and innovations are being driven out of necessity. To succeed in these modern times, I believe we're going to need more modern approaches. Now, let me be clear. The new era of smarter food safety is not a tagline or a slogan. It's a new approach to food safety. It's a new mindset, if you will, one that recognizes and builds on the great progress that we've made in implementing the Food Safety Modernization Act of the past decade. But now we're looking to incorporate the use of new technologies that are being used in society and business sectors all around us, such as big data, blockchain, sensor technology, the Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence. And that it's more than just about technology itself. It's about simpler, more effective, and modern approaches and processes It's also about leadership, creativity, and culture. Smarter food safety, I like to say, is people-led. It's going to require smart men and women like those of you in the audience. For us, it's going to always be FSMA-based, food safety modernization-based, but increasingly, for all of us, it will be technology-enabled. Now, the new era is focused on 4 core elements, which are the foundational pillars of the blueprint. Number 1, tech-enabled food traceability. 2, smarter tools and approaches for prevention and outbreak response. 3, new business models and retail modernization. And number 4, food safety culture. In March of 2020, we were literally days away from releasing the new era blueprint that outlines our goals for the next decade. But then FDA's focus had to turn to responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. By the time the blueprint was eventually released in July of last year, it was clear to me and others that the time had come for the new era of smarter food safety. We learned during the pandemic that there is an accelerated need for certain goals outlined in the blueprint, especially those involving food supply chain continuity, supply chain resilience, and the safety of foods ordered to consumers that they've ordered online. And while I'm limited on time this morning, I'm going to give you a few examples on the progress that we're making in each of the core elements. Let me begin with food traceability. It's a priority both for FSMA and the new era. We want to advance food traceability so that we can rapidly identify where contaminated foods were grown and produced and speed recalls to protect consumers if and when necessary. Our first step towards this goal was accomplished when in September of last year, the FDA published a new, first time, proposed food traceability rule and a proposed list of foods for which the new traceability record-keeping requirements would apply. The proposed rule lays out, in my view, 2 very important concepts or features to advancing food traceability. It identifies what we call key data elements. What are the standardized data attributes that captures so food traceability can be linked along the food system or food chain? And 2, it identifies the critical tracking events, points in that food system where those data attributes have to be captured. These concepts are really important because they allow what I describe a universal language of food traceability, and they'll allow traceability, in my view, to scale and become more interruptible. Establishing this foundation for traceability will allow stakeholders in the supply chain to even adopt and leverage some of the digital technologies that are increasingly being used for this purpose. And it will enable data sharing, and it introduces approaches that will greatly reduce the time it takes to identify the origin of the contaminated food tied to a recall, from days down to literally minutes or seconds. We also learned during the pandemic that enhanced food traceability systems might enable greater transparency that help anticipate disruptions in the food supply chain and possibly avoid the kind of food waste we saw in the early months of the pandemic. Our ultimate goal is end-to-end food traceability throughout the entire food system. And we are taking steps now to help ensure that traceability solutions are cost-effective for food operations of all sizes. For that reason, we're working in new ways, simply beyond writing rules and regulations. For example, in June, we did something a little bit unconventional. The FDA launched the new era of smarter food safety, low or no cost tech-enabled traceability challenge, which encouraged the development of traceability systems that use low to no cost economic models that will allow traceability to scale to small and medium food producers. We received a record number of submissions, 90 from all over the world. And we chose 12 winning teams representing the United States, Canada, and New Zealand. Last month, we held a webinar in which the winning teams presented their low to no cost solutions. And for more information about this challenge, including a webinar and a video that showcases the winners, I encourage you to visit fda.gov. And I'm personally excited to see how these winners will help us achieve more digital, safer, and traceable food system that's going to benefit consumers, food producers of all sizes, and the planet. The second core element is smarter tools and approaches for prevention. For example, artificial intelligence is an important predictive tool and one that we're using in a pilot that leverages the type of artificial intelligence called machine learning to strengthen our ability to predict shipments of imported foods that pose the greatest risk of being in violation. Machine learning makes it possible to rapidly analyze patterns in data that people or our current systems can't see. In August of 2020, FDA shared a summary of our initial proof of concept for imported seafood, where we looked with machine learning at 2 years of retrospective seafood data from imports. And that proof of concept suggested that machine learning could greatly increase the likelihood of identifying a shipment containing potentially contaminated products. Now, you might be asking yourself, why start with seafood? Because the United States imports 94% of the seafood that Americans consume each year. Think about it. By doubling or tripling the ability to predict which shipments of violative foods through a screening process will result in us using our resources more effectively to examine, sample, and test products at port of entry, and ultimately, it will strengthen consumer protections. So in February of this year, FDA launched the second phase of this pilot, where we've now moved it into the field to see how it works in the real world and with the FDA staff and it being integrated into the FDA systems. The FDA is looking to apply the lessons learned from the seafood pilot to enhance our capability to assess risk in other food and medical products. Another example of how we're using new tools and the power of data is through a food supply chain initiative that we started working on in the early days of the pandemic. We used it to safeguard the food supply. It's also helping facilitate the vaccination of workers in the food and agricultural sectors. We developed a data analytical tool called 21-4 to help identify where there could be disruptions in the food supply chain continuity, if you will, because of the pandemic. And we use forecast data provided by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to track the incidence of COVID-19 illnesses across the country at a very local level and identify areas where its spread could impact key segments of the food system. The tool is also fueled by information on the number and location of FDA-regulated food facilities and the number of food workers at those facilities. And we've been using 21-4 to help track reported COVID-19 impacts at food processing and distribution facilities, looking for potential trends when problems occur, and offering assistance if needed. To date, we've literally made thousands of calls to food facilities to understand supply chain challenges that include fewer workers, more customer demand, and less availability of raw materials. We've also provided data from 21-4 to help states across the country plan vaccine distribution to workers in the food and ag sector. The 21-4 platform helps to identify these essential workers, providing state and local officials with information to help them determine how many of the workers they have in each county, and enabling them to know where those workers are actually located. And what we're doing here reflects, in essence, what I think we're trying to achieve as an agency as a whole, and certainly under the new era, unleashing the power of data to protect public health. Better food safety is going to begin and end with better data, I have no doubt. And in these modern times, with public health challenges that may be around the corner that we don't see coming, we need out-of-the-box thinking, just like this. The third core element is new business models and retail modernization. And it begins with a focus on the safety of foods ordered via e-commerce. I know my colleagues and regulators in China are also taking actions related to e-commerce. Our food sources have gone from being around the corner to sometimes being around the world. And the way food is delivered to your home is rapidly evolving with an ever-changing last mile. Long before the pandemic, we saw an increase in the volume of groceries and other foods being ordered online and being delivered to people's front doors. But the pandemic has changed that, with online order exploding as consumers stayed at home and restaurants and food service locations closing their in-store dining. And I personally don't see this trend reversing, completely changing, as I believe new habits have been formed that many have found convenient. When we launched the new era of smart blueprint, we said that we'd convene a summit. Some of the best thinkers would bring together people from industry, government, and consumers to address potential food safety vulnerabilities in foods delivered via e-commerce channels. And we've done just that. In fact, we've just concluded a 3-day public summit on how to best ensure the safety of foods ordered online and delivered directly to consumers. The FDA brought together some of the brightest minds in the field, including industry leaders from companies that include Amazon, Blue Apron, Grubhub, Instacart, The Kroger Company, Unilever, Wendy's, and others. We also invited regulatory partners from local and state and other federal agencies. We've also invited consumer advocates, and we included university professors. And the issues that we were talking about are not unique to the United States. These changes are happening all over the world. We included officials from Brazil, Canada, Germany, Japan, and Wales, who all shared their international regulatory experiences and perspectives. And after the meeting, we plan to move forward on next steps, but we plan to do that together, working collaboratively. It's time for all of us to pause and to look to the future. How can we do our work differently to keep these foods safe and as safe as they possibly can be? And so let's take steps now to ensure the safety of food safety measures that we take are as modern as the food delivery systems themselves. And all of these sessions are recorded and will be available through FDA.gov. And we're not just focused on new e-commerce business models. We want to modernize how to strengthen food safety in traditional grocery stores and restaurant settings too. Before the pandemic, the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention data showed that most outbreaks reporting a single location of preparation often originate in restaurants, institutional food service settings, and other retail food establishments. And if you look at the out-of-compliance rates for the traditional retail risk factors, such as time and temperature control of food, cross-contamination, personal hygiene, such as hand washing, these out-of-compliance rates really haven't changed much year after year. So we're asking ourselves and our state partners that help us do this work, how do we move beyond traditional inspection, training, and testing approaches at retail to achieve even higher rates of compliance? This work, in my view, represents FDA's long-term commitment to partnering with others strategically in the interest of bending the curve of foodborne illnesses attributed to retail settings for generations to come. And lastly, let me talk about a topic that's very near and dear to me. I've written books on food safety culture. I've taught classes on it. I've given speeches all over the world. And I know that my colleagues in FDA's China office and my colleagues in China are very interested in this. Simply put, we will not make dramatic improvements in reducing the burden of foodborne disease without doing more to influence human behavior, whether it be in a business, whether it be in a country, or even in a home. You see, what we say and what we write about food safety is important, the rules and policies that we write. I could go on to say that it's critically important, but it's not what matters most. It's what we do, our behaviors, that matter most. In fact, that's why I like to say, if you ask me how to define food safety, I say food safety equals behavior. And with more people cooking at home, when restaurants were temporarily closed and consumers sheltered in place, FDA recognized that food safety culture must start on the farm. It must also be in food processing establishments and distribution centers and in restaurants. But a food safety culture must end in the home. So we responded to the need to support consumers with information on the best food safety practices they could apply in their homes and in their kitchens. A big part of the New Era plan on food safety culture in the short term is to promote food safety culture throughout the entire food system and throughout the FDA agency itself. And it's good to me to see food safety culture becoming what I describe a legitimate subset of the profession and not just a tagline or a slogan. And this trend is happening all over the world. In fact, in October of 2020, the Codex Alimentarius Commission of the United Nations revised its principles to call for operators of food businesses to establish a positive food safety culture, recognizing that this is a fundamental point to the successful functioning of any food hygiene system. I've often said that a food safety culture is a prerequisite to effective food safety management systems. as further sign of the evolution of food safety culture. The European Union Commission followed suit in March of 2021, incorporating food safety culture as a general principle. That's impressive. Lastly, I want you to know that the FDA and a nonprofit organization called Stop Foodborne Illness are collaborating on a webinar series that explores food safety culture. This series is going to begin on Thursday, November 4th, 2021, and it's going to engage experts from the public and private sector to begin having more thorough discussions and exchange of ideas and experience related to this important concept. This series will have valuable information for both those who are already well-versed on this subject, which I know many of you are, as well as for those who are just learning for the first time about food safety culture. And if you're interested, and I hope you are, there's going to be more information on how to listen and participate at fda.gov. Now, let me close with this quote that I recently heard that really spoke to me, and I hope it resonates with you. The pace of change has never been this fast, yet it will never be this slow again. The pace of change has never been this fast, yet it will never be this slow again. This past year has been one, without question, of historic challenges in our lives, in our work. In these most difficult times, we're all doing our best to keep pace with the changes in a rapidly evolving food system and world around us. And with each passing day, it becomes clear that all nations must stand together to help keep people all over the world safe and healthy. And when it comes to food safety, we all win or lose together. It's a commitment that we can win. No, let me say, it's a commitment that we must win, and that we must win by working together. I truly believe that we're going to emerge from these difficult times stronger and more resilient than ever. Thank you for listening, and I wish you a very productive and fruitful conference.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Giannis, and thank you, Ms. Shaw-Dor. Now we're going to move back to China, and it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Fan Yang Sheng. He is the Deputy Director General of the China National Center for Food Safety, Risk Assessment, and he is the chair of the Codex Committee on Food Additives. So please welcome Professor Fan.
Distinguished Mr. Ge and Academician Chen and Mr. David Sharp, it's my great pleasure to meet you here. Good morning. I'm very honored to be invited by CIFSQ, and we think this year it's a Millennium Conference, and because of the pandemic. And I want to firstly extend congratulations on the convening of this conference. This conference has a very rich history, and every year it has a very timely and relevant topics. Today, my topic and also the assignment from the organizer is about the briefing of China's practices in Codex. And I'm very happy to take the opportunity to brief China's efforts and vision, as well as our role in Codex work. And I'm very much looking forward to exchange ideas with you. Codex in the food safety has played a very important role and is also very significant. And I noticed that actually we are quite behind the schedule. So I will make my presentation more brief. And I think you are quite familiar with Codex. However, I think that maybe you don't know clearly its ultimate role in international trade and its relevant work. As you may know, that CIC is jointly established by UN and WHO. It has already launched 400 standards regarding different food and etc. Starting from 2002, when CIC has been regarded as the International Food Arbitrary Authority, it has gained more and more attention from different governments. And also, the member states try to integrate their ideas and practices into codex. It's the same with China. You may know that 2 days ago was the anniversary for China to restore its lawful seats in the UN. And we also had some barriers in being part of CIC. China also has our national codex, which was founded in 1984. It was the coordinating institution with the support of different ministries and departments, in particular under the guidance of the State Council, and also joined by the MIT, MOFCOM, the National Food Reserve, the China Commerce Federation, China Food Technology Association, etc. And you can see that this is the multifunctional institution supported by a lot of players and institutions. And we joined the efforts and the work of the International CSC. As I mentioned that starting from 1984 till now, this is the journey we have gone through. In the beginning, in 1984, we were like an observer. And then gradually we started to shoulder some responsibilities. And later we hosted 2 important events. And we are playing a bigger and more important role in the CIC, and also has one more international population. You can see that as early as 1984, when China became the member country of CODES, then in 1999, academician Chen took the lead in establishing the first codex standards to the CSC. It's fair to say that it's the first time for China to take the lead in establishing international standards. It's a very good practice because we have demonstrated our capability and the scientific capabilities as well. And then also on the initiative of academician Chen in 2000, China hosted 2 important committees, including the nutritional residue and also the food additives. And such conferences were held in China for many times and also were recognized by the whole industry. In 2005, we were the executive member of the CIFSQ, and we also be involved in a lot of activities of it, in coordinating the formulation of codex and also some discussion for important matters. In particular, in 2020, China applied to serve as the coordinator of the Asian region, and we started to carry out our responsibilities in 2021. Despite the challenges of the COVID-19, we tried our efforts to coordinate Asian countries. And also we try to coordinate the stance of the Asian countries and to actively join the activities of DSC. Just as other countries, we also follow the following workflows. We actively follow the topics of different special committees, and then solicit opinions from home and abroad. And we send the delegates for the meetings and to make our voices heard. And also we had intensive discussions and exchanges with the other players, so that we can also help the different committees to form and make the coordinated and harmonized standards and guidelines. In our involvement of the codex, we are not only a very active player, in a codex standard setting progress, in particular in the professional skills, technology, in data submission, in expert contribution. We are able to provide technical support to codex. And actually, there are a lot of great examples. For instance, in some heated disputable matters regarding the pesticide use in animals, the food additives used. As a big food producer, China shared our own practices. And this is a very valuable information. And I will also send experts to the expert panels of CIFSQ, for instance, JAMA, JMPR, or JAMNU expert panels all have the presence of Chinese experts. In particular, our center is key in sending the different experts to the panel. Besides, recently, we also offered some proposals. Some standards were already released. For instance, the quick frozen dumplings and the zongzi. And its regional standard in Asia was already released. And also another food standard led by the professor in our center was also reviewed. Now in Asia, we are promoting the standard regarding the quick frozen dumplings and dongs. And we hope it can become not only the regional standard and also international standard. And we also hope that these special and unique food could be known by more consumers. They just concluded the recent committee was concluded last week, and we worked together with the China Food Mission, and then we have proposed the new proposal regarding the camellia seed oil. And this is also another example for the internationalization of China's standards. And also we're happy to see a lot of good practices from the industry, for instance, some new proposal regarding yeasts. And also we are working together with relevant authorities and to help them to submit the standards. Besides, I want to say that as the regional coordinator of Asia, in our involvement of Codex, we feel that it was not only about the heated discussions in Codex meeting, and also it's related to bilateral and multilateral exchanges. And we had a lot of collaboration with our neighboring countries as well as the US, Europe, etc. We have attached great importance to our cooperation with our neighbors. And China, in our role as a regional coordinator, would like to play a bigger role in the following parts, including to advocate effective participation of Asian member countries to key Codex meetings. As you may know that Latin American countries tend to reach consensus, and they could have very unified voices in the Codex meetings. So a very good direction can be forged. And it's in line with their overall interest, because they can have a certain stance in the Codex. Yet we know Asian countries, as we have different cultural background, different economic interests, and therefore we try to shelve the differences and seek the common ground so that we can make our due contribution to the strategic planning of Codex. Besides, we also hope that we can promote the development of Asian regional food standards, and also to provide, to enhance the overall food safety level. We are working together with UN and also WHO, Bangkok office for capacity building. And in the opening ceremony, Academician Chen mentioned the food safety evaluation indicator. Actually, this was a very important work in collaboration with the Bangkok office. Besides, on multiple multilateral occasions, such as the China, Japan, Korean, multilateral dialogues, etc., we try to promote the standard harmonization between the Asian countries.
Help the surrounding countries in food safety management. And here I summarized the Codex committees conferences and meetings organized in the recent years and China's concerns over certain issues. The Codex conference is also facing the great challenges caused by COVID-19, but the common consensus is that our activity cannot be interrupted by COVID-19, so we could organize the meeting online, and it was successfully held in last November. And this is the encouraging news for all of us, all the professional committees and contaminant supplies, import and export committees, the pesticide residue, the food label, and antibiotic and drug resistance committees have organized meetings on different topics. I believe the professionals in this field could understand that those contents are aligned with the Chinese contents. So we need to collect different opinions and suggestions to form the Chinese voice and opinions to participate in the international codex development. This year, all the contents will be published on the 44 Codex conference. A series of standards will be approved. And on the conference, the new chairman and vice chairman of the Codex committee will be elected. And this is a great event which attracted the attentions from the international community. And I think you could tune in the conference. And finally, I would say the China Codex Committee as a national organization will focus on the relevant works, and we will fully play our role, as mentioned by many speakers, in sampling inspection data. We will use the data to provide the inspection result, and which will provide a very good reference for the codex development internationally. Also, we will actively provide capacity building to improve the codex participants and the surrounding countries for capacity building. And thirdly, we will get the industry involved. For example, proposal and data from industry association on the 2 regional standards proposals. And I'm very happy to see that the Chinese enterprises has deeper and deeper understanding about the international codex, because we need to go global and sell our products to international markets. We need to comply with the laws and regulations of the importer countries, and our behaviors, ideas need to be accepted by the international markets so that we could promote the food trade and export. So many public and private companies have increased their awareness and participate more actively into the codex development, and the cooperation is very important. Many sectors from different countries participate in the codex development, and we need consensus and agreement in attending relevant events and activities so that we could improve the efficiency of participation. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor.
非常感谢樊教授。那现在呢，我们要欢迎来自欧盟委员会健康与食品安全总局食品可持续性国际关系主任 Natalie Cates。他给我们讲述的话题呢是从农场到餐桌的战略。那请现在开始您的发言，谢谢。女士们先。
Participating in China International Food Safety and Quality Conference. This event rightfully puts food safety as one of the main pillars of our food systems. Who better than food safety managers fully understand the importance of food safety? Ensuring food safety requires dedication and perseverance, as some pathogens are very difficult to manage. And we know how crucial it is to ensure the protection of the consumers. But we are now facing new challenges. We cannot ignore that food systems account today for nearly 1/3 of the global greenhouse gas emissions, consume large amounts of natural resources, result in biodiversity loss and negative health impact. We see both hunger and malnutrition, and they do not allow fair economic returns and livelihood for all actors, in particular for primary producers. In short, they are not sustainable. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic has and is still placing unprecedented stresses on food supply chains around the world. And we should reflect on how to increase their resilience in the future. Our analysis is that food systems cannot be resilient to crisis if they are not sustainable. So looking beyond, we have the opportunity now to create conditions that support sustainable and resilient food systems that will be able to withstand future shocks. This is why today, I would like to present the European Union strategy to enable and accelerate the transition towards sustainable food system, the Farm to Fork strategy. The EU is committed to succeeding in this transition to sustainable food system. And for this reason, almost a year and a half ago, it adopted the Farm to Fork strategy as a core part of the EU Green Deal. The strategy sets out a clear pathway with concrete targets to transform the EU food system by 2030. And we have designed political targets, which include a reduction by 50% of the overall use and risk of chemical pesticides, a reduction by at least 20% of the use of fertilizer, a reduction by 50% in sales of antimicrobials used for farm animals and aquaculture, and reaching 25% of agricultural land under organic farming. Achieving these targets will enable us to reduce the contribution of food production to soil, air, and water degradation and biodiversity loss. And while these targets are not legally binding, they will guide the EU in defining its future policy. We need to change how we produce, we transform, and we consume food. Let's take just one example, food loss and waste. Everyone agrees that reducing food loss and waste is important for sustainable and resilient food system, but it needs to become a priority if we are serious about achieving a 50% reduction of food waste by 2030. In the EU, we are stepping up action as part of the integrated food system approach put forward in the Farm to Fork strategy. We will propose EU-wide food waste reduction targets by 2023, and we revise the EU rules on date marking by 2022 in order to prevent food waste linked to the misinterpretation or the misuse of these dates. We will investigate food losses at the production stage and explore ways of preventing them. Importantly, we will seek to scale up action across the EU, mobilizing member states, food business, and civil society. The EU will also propose ambitious measures to ensure that the healthy choice is the easiest for EU citizens, including improved labeling to better inform consumers about healthy and sustainable foods. But the shift to sustainable food is not just about regulation and targets. We need engagement at all levels. This summer, the EU industry launched the EU Code of Conduct on Responsible Food Business and Marketing Practices. It's a voluntary industry initiative that was presented at the pre-summit for the EU and Food System Summit, on which is already close to 100 signatories. This game changer calls upon the food industry at large, so food business, retail, food services, to voluntarily commit to facilitate the uptake of healthy and sustainable diets, to increase the sustainability in its internal processes, and to source sustainably. So it shows the ambition of the private sector also to walk the talk and collaboratively work towards sustainable food system. The Farm to Fork strategy is an EU strategy, and we are aware that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. However, the necessary transition towards sustainable food system cannot be successfully achieved by the EU acting alone, because climate change and environmental degradation are global challenges. So how will we succeed collectively in providing food to the humanity in the future? I have one simple word in my mind: cooperation. And here, the multilateral forum is very important. We are encouraged because lots of activities are ongoing at global level. I can refer to the Food Loss and Waste Conference held in China on 9 September, and to the UN Nation Food System Summit held on 23rd of September. We are committed to continuing our collaboration with international organizations and with countries around the world to drive action toward the highest food safety and quality level and to reduce food loss and waste at global level. A stronger bilateral cooperation is also an asset. As part of our new free trade agreements, we are proposing a new cooperation chapter with ambitious commitments in key areas such as animal welfare, the reduction of dependency of pesticides, the prevention and health of food fraud, the reduction of food loss and waste, and very importantly, the fight against antimicrobial resistance. And this is also why the EU has recently proposed to China to update the existing memoranda of understanding on food safety, with the aim to further strengthen our bilateral cooperation. So, ladies and gentlemen, to succeed, the objective of the Farm to Fork strategy, the fight against climate change and environmental degradation, they cannot remain European only. Efforts should be global. So we invite everyone to join us so that together we can make sustainable food the global standard. We need to act now with concrete commitments and get on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We propose to work in partnership to support a global journey towards sustainable food system, including fight against food loss and waste. This is in everyone's interest. So I look forward to continuing our cooperation with China and all our partners to ensure we create fair, healthy, and environmental friendly food system for today and for future generations. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. And it's really good to be here. I would prefer to actually be there in person, so I hope everyone can hear me all right. So could I have the next slide, please? All right, so my name is Paul Kicker, and like I said, I'm extremely happy to be here with you today. I'm really looking forward to providing some agency updates on topics that are relevant to the international partners in food safety. It's been a dynamic year, and we continue to work with industry, consumer groups, and other food safety agencies to ensure our food systems are safe and sustainable. Next slide, please. So I want to start with a quick overview of the agency. So within the United States Department of Agriculture, the Food Safety and Inspection Service promotes public health by ensuring that meat, poultry, and egg products are safe, wholesome, accurately labeled. And our vision is that everyone's food is safe, and our regulatory system provides the framework for realizing that vision. Next slide, please. FSIS's regulatory authority is derived from a series of acts of Congress, namely the Federal Meat Inspection Act, and the Egg Products Inspection Act. With the authority granted in these congressional acts, FSIS has a robust process in place to certify that establishments have the necessary infrastructure, processes, and documents in place to produce safe and wholesome products. Next slide, please. FSIS has 8,700 total personnel, and approximately 7,800 of those are frontline personnel at more than 6,500 federal establishments across the country and in the U.S. territories. And this includes hundreds of cold storage facilities that export product and 172 import establishments. The FSIS import library identifies countries that have been found to be equivalent with their food safety systems based on our extensive equivalence process. Additionally, the import library identifies the meat, poultry, and egg products. Each equivalent country is eligible to export to the United States, as well as the establishments that the Foreign Central Competent Authority has certified as eligible to export to the United States. Our exports not only meet FSIS's strong food safety requirements, but our export library also ensures that all exports meet any additional requirement of foreign. Next slide, please. Livestock and poultry slaughter establishments operate under continuous inspection. Meaning that the FSIS inspectors during all hours of operation. FSIS also re-inspects all meat and egg products represented for import, inspection establishments, and provides voluntary inspection services. Next slide, please. I'd like to start my updates here with a quick overview of our approach to safety during the pandemic. In conjunction with the Biden administration and the USDA, FSIS worked tirelessly to adjust to the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the steps we have taken include requiring FSIS employees to wear a mask in federal buildings, regulated establishments, and government-owned and leased vehicles, regardless of vaccination status. Additionally, federally regulated establishments are required to follow the latest guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Establishment employees and contractors are required to wear masks, regardless of their vaccination status. Furthermore, the President has ordered all federal employees and contractors to be vaccinated against COVID. Federal executive branch employees must be fully vaccinated, regardless of whether they work on-site or are remote employees. These actions illustrate that as an agency, FSIS actions and policies support a strategy to protect public health. Vaccination mandate, in addition to policies for face masks, face shields, and requirements, serve not only to protect employees, quote, worker safety, There are also measures the nation is taking to limit illness in our community, conserve hospital capacity, and keep businesses and schools open. Next slide, please. The White House, the department, and FSIS recognize that there are backups at ports because of complications related to the pandemic. The president launched the Supply Chain Disruption Task Force in June, which included a focus on transportation and logistics bottlenecks to the U.S. economic recovery. The administration can work with leaders, port leaders, and unions to discuss challenges that the country and the action each partner take to address the delays and across the transportation supply chain. These leaders are announcing a series of public and private investments for products fast and strengthen the resilience of supply chains by moving towards 24/7 operations towards Los Angeles and Long. These two ports are the point entry for 40% of the containers to the U.S. On track to reach new highways and contain traffic this year. These commitments will speed up shipments of goods out the country. Next slide, please. Additionally, the agency announced in October 8th that we were going to be doing to assist in the situation. But you're likely aware under the regulations, all important product or FSIS jurisdiction be inspected at an official import inspection before it can enter the United States, before it can be notification. October 8th this year through April of next year, FSIS will temporarily allow product be stored at warehouses for a period to exceed 30 days. Until the product can be re-inspected at the import establishment. Import establishments wishing to participate must submit a request to inspection program personnel at the import establishment. Includes a plan detailing how the establishment will maintain products stored off-site. Next slide. The establishment must keep and maintain a log identifying product health site. Log must include sufficient data to identify each certificate and lot, putting diagnostic case count. Held off-site, intact to the designated establishment, within 30 days, custom enter. CIFSQ will consider distribution product in storage prior to re-inspection be given by the establishment. We expect that the import establishment use 6 times take appropriate action, minimize problem future. The information can be found in the October 8th constituent update. We will provide additional updates in the future if necessary. Next slide, please. I also want to provide an update on product USA label. USDA announced last year our intention to conduct our own rulemaking to address the concern that voluntary product USA may confuse consumers about the origin of FSIS regulated products. After the comments that were received from the Federal Commission and USDA on this issue, we initiated a top-to-bottom review of product USA label that will, among other things, help us to determine what this label means to consumers. The review and assess consumers' understanding of product claims on meat products how customers claims through survey. Next slide, please. I think you're actually a couple spots. One more, please. Okay. I'm also excited to share that on October 19th, USDA announced new effort to sell illnesses reputable. We will be collaborating extensively with a variety of stakeholders, industry, consumers, academia, to develop a system-based salmonella multiple complementary control point. FSIS intends pilot projects to evaluate the impact of specific salmonella control strategies, including harvest controls that are used by plants in slaughter process staff. The agency will use the data from pilots to determine what the next steps will be as we move through this process. This approach will incentivize industry to innovate and explore ways to more effectively mitigate salmonella contamination. We plan to announce a series of roundtables in the coming weeks. The first one will take place in November and will focus on pilots. As we work together, the remaining roundtables, we are interested in suggestions that everyone has for the best format and organizational topics, the roundtables, so that we can assure the most fruitful discussion. We'll also be seeking scientific input from the National Advisory Committee for Microbiological Criteria in Food, also known as NACMF. We will be asked to advise on how FSIS can build on the latest science to improve its approach to salmonella control. We look forward to continuing our conversation on this subject with our stakeholders at our roundtable and NACMF meetings in the coming months. Next slide, please. Moving on, I would like to provide you with an update on the Public Health Information System, or also known as PHIS, and in particular, the export module of PHIS. As many of you are aware, we have been successfully using the secure PHIS export module for our export to the People's Republic of China for almost 2 years now. More recently, in July of this year, PHIS was enhanced with a new signature technology that will strengthen security and allow a one-step process for FSIS inspection personnel to apply a digital signature to export certificates and other associated forms. Those digital signatures increase both efficiency and the security of this process. We will also be continuing to expand the use of statements feature in PHIS. And this feature, all country-specific attestations can be included in the remarks section of the export certificate instead of having a separate letterhead document. The statements feature was initially implemented in December of 2019 and has been used for exports to Vietnam since December of 2020. Going forward, FSIS plans to use the statements feature in lieu of the additional paper documents or letterhead certificates when we onboard additional countries that require a letterhead certificate into the PHIS X module. Again, this builds on the security of the entire export-import system and provides further benefits to everyone involved. Next slide, please. We will continue to roll out additional countries into PHIS using digital signature and statement module capabilities when we do so. We're facilitating foreign governments securely accessing, verifying, and authenticating export certificates using the certificate signature viewer feature through PHIS controlled country login. In the longer term, we're working towards expanding the implementation of electronic certification, also known as eCert. That is direct government-to-government electronic transfer of data for imports and exports. And we're currently using such systems for imports from Australia, New Zealand, and the Netherlands. And it has demonstrated to be very efficient, effective, and secure. We always welcome interest from other countries who wish to take advantage of these secure and efficient enhancements to facilitate safe movement of product between countries. Next slide, please. Another topic that has been of public interest is cellular agriculture. FSIS published an advance notice of proposed rulemaking to solicit public comments pertaining to the labeling of meat and poultry products comprised of or containing cultured cells derived from animals. Other than new labeling regulations concerning this product, FSIS does not intend to issue any other new food safety regulations for the cell-cultured food products under its jurisdiction. Current FSIS regulations requiring sanitation and hazard analysis of critical control point systems are immediately applicable and sufficient to ensure the safety of products cultured from the cells, livestock, and poultry. The ANPR is requesting comments, research, data, and other information that's relevant to the labeling of meat and poultry products made using animal cell culture technology, which will be considered during the rulemaking. And areas on which the agency is looking for comments include consumer expectations about the labeling of these products, especially in light of the nutritional composition and organoleptic quality, such as taste, color, odor, and texture of these products. Names of the products that would be neither false nor misleading, and economic data. Any information on the impact of the labeling of cell-cultured meat and poultry on consumers' perception and willingness to pay for these products, the expected price per pound for cultured meat and poultry products, and the number of companies that are expected to enter the marketplace. And finally, any consumer research related to labeling nomenclature for products made using animal cell culture technology. The notice discusses the petition from the U.S. Cattlemen's Association and the Harvard Law School Animal Law and Policy Program and the public comments on them, as well as the March 7, 2019 agreement between FSIS and FDA to establish joint principles on the labeling of foods made using cell culture technology. The notice also provides information on how FSIS will generally evaluate labels for these products if they are submitted before the agency completes the rulemaking. Labels for cell culture products under FSIS jurisdiction will be subject to prior approval under the same process as other types of labels that are not generically approved. Comment period on the notice has been extended, and comments are now due by December 2nd of 2021. Next slide, please. And those are all the updates that I have. And I really want to thank you for inviting me to this event. I appreciate the opportunity to speak directly to you and collaborate on our food safety initiatives. Opportunities like this conference help to ensure international cooperation and support on an issue that we can all agree on, consumer safety. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Kicker. With that, we have concluded the regulatory session this morning. I'll leave any announcements to Mr. Tang in Beijing, Before signing off, I want to thank everyone for making this conference a success today, for being here virtually or in person. Thank you to the presenters during the regulatory session. And I hope to see everyone in person next year in Shanghai. Mr. Tang.
Thank you, David. 下面由于这个会议超时了。
Because we are already behind the schedule and the coffee break is cancelled, you could go out for some coffee and refreshments. Please enjoy the coffee break while the next session will be proceeded. And the second section will be moderated by Academician Chen Junshi. We will follow the schedule of this conference. The second session will be started, and that is the science and industry. Before lunch, this session will be held in different parts. The first part is will accommodate 3 speakers, scientists from China, America, and Europe. And the second part will focus on China and Europe cooperation program in food safety. And the third part is a panel discussion by entrepreneurs in food industry. And now the first part will be started with the first presentation. Each presenter has 10 minutes. No, I'm sorry. The first presentation will cost 10 minutes. And the president of CIFSQ, Ruth Patron, his topic is global trends and their food safety considerations. Ruth, are you there? Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Ruth, please.
I am very happy to be with you from my home in the United States. I wish that I could be there. I have attended this conference several times in the past and hope that I can gather with you again at some point soon. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And if someone can confirm that you can see it, I think we're good. Okay. All right, so my presentation today, as Dr. Chen described, is focusing on these new trends of foods that we've seen emerge, partly because of the pandemic and some changes that we've just inevitably had to make, but also because we as consumers are demanding more and different kinds of foods. So what I want to go through with you is a review of some of these trends because they're exciting and it's lots and lots of new food choices for us. But it's important to recognize that with all of these new kinds of foods comes potential risks. And we need to be able to balance the diversity that we want from our food supply with safety. I do think it's important to think about risk-based approaches in order to control foodborne illness, because if we do that, those are always going to be more likely to lead to public health success. But what do consumers expect from their food supply today? Well, they want it to be low cost. They don't want it to have any risks, and they want it to be exciting. Consumers also expect that all kinds of foods will be available at all the time. all times of the year, regardless of whether that food is in season or not. They want to be able to find it at their grocery stores. Consumers also expect clean labels and information about their food. They want their products to align with their values, and often this includes not including chemicals. Often they want local and unprocessed foods. A study by the Institute of Food Technologists recently revealed that Chinese consumers in particular are demanding healthier foods, including healthier dairy and dairy-free alternatives, and exciting new developments related to eggs. So what happened during the pandemic that changed some of our food desires? Well, as the China data illustrate, more than a third of consumers around the world developed healthier eating habits. This was focused on boosting their immune systems so they could potentially avoid being infected with COVID-19. They also wanted to promote their health as well. And now, as we are starting to return back to work and children are going back to schools, we're seeing some changes as well. There is more snacking going on. We're cooking less at home because we're out at workplaces or children in schools. And generally, we have become more comfortable with individually wrapped, prepackaged foods preferred over self-serve options because we perceive it to be a little bit safer. The internet certainly exploded even further during the pandemic, and related to foods, there was lots and lots of development. Certainly ordering online and ordering delivered food expanded a lot through Amazon, various retailers who were online, Meituan, LMA, et cetera, in China, using Uber for delivery, drones for delivery, just a wide variety. We also saw the celebrities on the internet endorsing certain foods, talking about foods with a desired kind of style or flavor. Fashion became even more important for Gen Zs. But we also saw some food safety issues arising as well, including lack of food safety knowledge and the practice of food safety. So the industry has had to respond to all of this. They have implemented lots and lots of innovation across the whole farm to fork continuum, from raw material to packaged goods. They're looking to address societal and sustainability concerns in what they are selling. They are working to be more transparent, to include complete lists of ingredients, a description of those ingredients in plain English or plain language, various certifications like organic. They're providing in-depth nutritional information. And really the move is from clean label to clear label. And they are developing various consumer-focused risk communications. So let's look at some of these new trends in a little bit more detail, but also consider what risks they may present. And we're going to talk about three in particular. The first being a rise in fermented and acidified foods, which are defined as foods to which acids or acid foods are added that have a finished equilibrium pH at less than 4.6 and a water activity greater than 0.85. Now, generally, we have two kinds. One, which contain live microbes when they're consumed, yogurt, miso, kombucha, for example. And then secondly, are those that don't have live microbes anymore because they've been heat treated typically. Things like bread, soy sauce, cider. Now, we do see some risks that need to be considered in this realm of new kinds of foods. And we need to think about how quickly that fermentation process, that is acid development, is occurring. Because if it doesn't happen fast enough, there can be risks from botulism. And this table here, from guidance from our US Food and Drug Administration, describes some of these situations and where a so-called product assessment, or PA, would be required because it's risky with the development of, or lack of development of acidic conditions and high water activity that again can allow for outgrowth of spores, such as those that can cause botulism. So the speed of fermentation is important. If we look specifically related to kombucha, for example, there's things we need to consider in its production, including what are potential vegetative pathogens that might be in the raw material and how will they be inactivated. Again, that speed of fermentation is really important. And how quickly will that pH be achieved and how accurate is that pH measurement? We know that kombucha includes mold growth intentionally, but it needs to be watched carefully so that there's not risks from mycotoxins from that mold, like aflatoxin. And certainly there can be risks from overproduction of alcohol. A second kind of new foods that we're seeing today are various alternative proteins, sometimes vegan foods. Many of these are plant-based, and I have a few examples here on the slide. This meat-looking product is actually made from oats and pea protein, bean proteins. It can contain wheat, and it's made in Finland. This sausage is actually made from fava beans, and there are others that can be made from chickpeas. Here's what looks like a container of ice cream, but it's actually animal-free and not made from milk at all, but made from lab-grown, non-animal whey protein. I think these eggs, hard-boiled eggs, are particularly interesting. They're made with almonds, cashews, and coconut milk, colored with turmeric extract and salt. And then, as Paul Kicker just described, we have cell-cultured meats gaining in prominence, which certainly need to continue to meet all regulatory requirements. Now, what risks can these kinds of products present? Certainly, again, we need to be thinking about the ingredients. We know there can be pathogens in some of these kinds of ingredients. Salmonella, for example, can be a hazard in soy products and also in raw poultry, along with Campylobacter. We know there are risks in raw milk, and we know that removing preservatives can potentially impact the growth of spore formers. Again, things that could lead to botulism or other toxins being produced. There are chemical hazards in some bean kind of products, such as lectins, which is a potent toxin in undercooked chickpeas. When they're cooked thoroughly, it's safe, but they need to be handled properly. And we are seeing allergens in unexpected places, such as those eggs that I talked about, again, made primarily from tree nuts. So we need to watch out for tree nuts being used in non-traditional ways, and generally lots more soy being used. The pictures here illustrate what we commonly think of as the major allergens across the world. There certainly are differences in some places, but generally these 8 food items are the primary allergen hazards. And increasingly, we're seeing them being used as ingredients in foods where we might not expect to see them. We also need to think about mycotoxins, which are those chemicals that can be toxigenic produced by certain molds. And listed on the slide here, I have a few different examples of these toxins and the foods that they may come from. Aflatoxin, for example, from peanuts and tree nuts, fumonisins from corn, zearalenone from wheat and barley, as an example. So we need to watch for conditions that could increase mold growth, such as weather patterns, where there might be drought stress that can lead to mold growth, insect damage, slow drying of crops that can allow for mold proliferation, and poor storage that again can allow for mold growth, which can lead to the production of mycotoxins. And then we certainly are aware of foods being available via new channels, whether it's delivered food, again, a common sight in many cities in the world, boxes of meat that are shipped, or even bundles of food, such as what Pepsi is offering now, focused in on different kinds of categories of food, beverages, snacks, etc. So we know that these electronic commerce systems and home delivery have certainly increased, but also improved. They can come directly to our homes and residences. It's easier to pay just electronically. There have been packaging improvements using recycled, biodegradable, reusable kinds of packaging. And as the Pepsi example shows, they can be personalized to meet our needs. But with this comes the risk of growth of organisms due to poor temperature. So we need to be concerned about the temperatures throughout the delivery cycle and make sure that we are avoiding our foods being in the so-called danger zone of 5 degrees C to 57 degrees C, where rapid pathogen growth can occur. We need to make sure that packaging is robust to protect and maintain the safety and quality of the food. And we need to guard against products being stored improperly or prepared improperly by consumers. Regardless, issues have occurred, and here are a couple of examples. Recently in Morocco, there was a rupture or break in the cold chain due to frozen fish that led to a notification and a recall. This product is sold in Canada, and it's actually a vegan Alfredo type sauce that was sold at room temperature, despite the fact that it said keep refrigerated on its label. And here's an interesting product from Europe that's sold with a piece of pork and some pasta as a side dish. Although it may not look like it, the pork is actually raw. And it was determined that the consumer cook directions on this product were not going to be able to inactivate any pathogens that could be in that raw meat, which led to a recall of that product. So again, there's lots and lots of these new kinds of foods, and it's really important that we balance our desire for all of this diversity in food with safety. And I'm a firm believer that this can be done, that new foods can be grown, manufactured, prepared, and consumed safely. But there has to be a very deliberate focus on full evaluation of the risks that may be there. So a systematic process is needed. Safe consumption is possible as long as there's focus on identifying and managing risks along the whole food supply chain. And managing those risks to make sure that everyone who is managing the risks, including consumers, manufacturers, food service providers, food retailers, et cetera, are aware of what they need to do. And government needs to be involved as well to provide regulatory oversight and to be fully engaged and committed. So partnership between those who manage the risks with those who regulate the risks is essential. Fortunately, the hazard analysis process, which is long-standing, promulgated by Codex, as we all know, and by various regulatory bodies, is the way to do this. I've put here the definitions from Codex, which is the process of collecting and evaluating information on hazards and conditions that can lead to their presence to decide which are significant for food safety and therefore need to be addressed in that HACCP or food safety plan. So hazard analysis includes hazard identification, that brainstorming exercise to identify all potential hazards, and then to evaluate them to determine which may be reasonably likely to occur at an unacceptable level in the absence of control. And for those that are in that particular situation, there needs to be control put in place to manage them. Now, these are focused in 3 different areas: biological, chemical, and physical. And basically, to do this, we need to list various process steps and the ingredients, identify those hazards that are reasonably likely to occur, being very specific about the hazards and how it may be manifested within the particular situation, looking at the food, its ingredients, its source, how it will be manufactured. We need to evaluate that hazard to determine if it's significant, considering the severity and likelihood of that being a risk in the absence of control. We need to justify the decision and then identify the right controls to be put in place. Now, technology is our friend here and can help offer a lot of clarity. It certainly gives us more knowledge about the food and what ingredient risks may exist. We have opportunities for traceability to understand the flow of that food product. We can gather many insights and all along that food supply chain. We can also use it for payment, which is very important as well. So we need to apply technology where we can along the whole food supply chain, including consumers, for growers, manufacturers, etc. And what Frank Yanis described as the new era of smarter food safety here in the United States certainly relies on this. So wrapping up here, it's important to recognize that there are many types of food safety hazards, and it's very important that we understand these and be very specific so we're familiar with how that hazard may manifest itself. We have to make very sure that our hazard analysis process is very effective in order to reduce risk and focus efforts where it's needed for safety. And through the whole process, collaboration among manufacturers, regulators, and consumers is vital. Venues such as this conference allow for this collaboration, and I'm very pleased that all of you have gathered to further this process. Again, I wish I could be there in person, but I thank you for your time and attention. I have my contact information here. I would be happy to address any questions later or however you want to do this. So thank you very much. Hope all is well.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And also thank you for representing IFP for the long-term support and the guidance to this CIFSQ conference. 好，我们
because of the very wise decision of Mr. Tang to cancel the coffee break. And now we are ahead of our schedule. Now we will move to the next part. And this is about the AMR. You may know that AMR is a very critical and a popular topic internationally. It is known as the most complicated public health issue. Every year, it claimed hundreds of thousands of lives and also occurred a lot of economic losses. A lot of countries are working on the ways to restrain AMR. Today, we have invited two experts to talk about AMR from the perspective of how to restrain or deal with AMR from animals. Because we know that AMR is related to people, animals, and environment. In the interest of time, we have mainly focused on the AMR use in food animals. Besides, this afternoon, we have a specific breakout session focusing on AMR. And also it will focus on animals. I don't mean that people and environment don't matter. We just want to emphasize the importance of animals in AMR issues. And each presenter for this part will have 10 minutes. The first one is Mr. Shen Jianzhong, the Dean of College of Veterinary Medicine of China Agricultural University, while another speaker is Lisa Thompson, the Regional Project Officer of OIE. Now let's give the floor to Mr. Shen.
Okay, could you see my slides? Could you hear me? Could you hear me, please? Okay, we can hear you. Thank you very much, Academician Chen, for the kind introduction. Dear colleagues and experts, it is a great pleasure to attend the conference today as a speaker. It is known to all that infectious disease influence the health of food animal. Antibiotic use is a key measure to prevent infectious disease, but improper use would result in the antibiotic residue. So today I will focus on the antibiotic use and risk in food producing animals. In recent decades, the population growth worldwide resulted in the livestock production increase. China plays a key role in the process. Swine, chicken, cattle production, China ranked first, fourth, respectively, and the animal-derived food, let's say meat, milk, also ranked top. Global capture fisheries and aquaculture production increased. China is the biggest contributor to aquaculture production, accounting for about 58% of the global production in 2018. So the antibiotic use is a very key issue here to ensure the animal health is to prevent them from the common bacterial diseases. For example, the contagious diseases increase the demand of antibiotic as a major solution. Across the world, the antibiotic usage in per kilogram of animal and aquaculture product and the absolute usage and relative usage increased. Globally, the total consumption kept increasing, but the relative amount decreased. This is the good news for China and Europe. But agriculture production, the antibiotic use exceeded the necessary volume. By 2030, it is estimated that the use will continue to increase. So for the food, animals, and agriculture production, the proportion will be huge.
发个短信。
The speaker got stuck. Now the conference venue is trying to reach him.
沈院士，沈院士听见吗？沈院士，你听见我们会场的声音吗？
Academician Chen Shen, could you hear us? 岳阳的电话到岳阳的视频没问题，这个国内现在本地的就麻烦，我天！能不能有没有跟他联系？我们这个工作人员没有联系的方式。哦。 他有没有秘书？给他秘书去个电话。他不知道我们没有听见他的声音。那怎么能行呢？你说有没有他秘书的电话？让他旁边的人给他提醒一下。
我的建议，他讲他的，我们看我们的，10分钟很快就过去。
这什么？ 这个岳阳的都行，就是本地的就不行。我天！哦。有没有他周围什么人能够帮他提醒一下就行了？哦，
他那边。 哦，学校的信号不好。现在现场这边没有声音，也没有画面。
画面有在动作的，有的鼠标有时看见有动的。
画面是控制的。你这边可能是对。难怪我们打通你。行，好的。他退出重新进一下。
对，他在北京，也不是特别远。
啊，行，好的。他退出重新进一下。
他退出重新进一下。
好的，好的。他退出重新进一下。 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 好的，好的。他退出重新进一下。
对，他在。
好，由于技术故障，
Due to technical problem, academician Shen is finished. Next, we will invite Lisa Thompson, Regional Project Officer, Regional Representative for Asia Pacific OIE. She will report on antimicrobial use in food animals. Lisa, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed for your kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. Is that clear? Okay. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to the meeting this year. I'm pleased to be able to join you, and I hope that perhaps I'll be able to join in person some year. I'm going to focus today on key work of the OI. So it's annual collection of data on antimicrobial use, or AMU. And this follows on from the previous presentation where we were hearing about use of antimicrobial agents for different reasons in animals, particularly livestock. So every year, OIE members submit data on antimicrobial use in animals. This is then analysed and a report produced. And I'll give you a brief overview of the report today, how it's compiled and some of the recent results. So first of all, it should be noted that AMU data collection is based on the OIE standards. Chapter 6.9 of the Terrestrial Animal Health Code covers monitoring of the quantities and usage patterns of antimicrobial agents used in food-producing animals. And the Aquatic Animal Health Code, Chapter 6.4, covers the same for use in aquatic animals. So far, there have been 6 rounds of data collection with 5 reports published. And in the latest report, 160 OIE members participated. Documents relating to the data collection report are published on the OIE website. These include the template questionnaire, guidance on how to complete the template, an annex to assist calculations, and all OIE AMU reports are available for review. The fifth annual report was published in April with 3 main sections. Results from the fifth round, as I said, involving 160 countries' responses. 2017 analysis of antimicrobial quantities, and this was for 103 countries. And also a new aspect this year was trends from 2015 to 2017. And this covers 69 countries that have submitted data for all of those years. So let's delve into the results from the fifth round first. This map shows participation in the fifth round of the OIE Global Database on antimicrobial agents intended for use in animals. The pale yellow shows participation, and while those in grey did not participate. Happily, we had quite good participation in the Asia and the Pacific region. But why didn't we get 100% participation? This chart shows some reasons given for barriers to reporting quantitative data on antimicrobial agents intended for use in animals. And the two bars that are shown in blue are responses from the region. And those included a lack of coordination or cooperation between national authorities and the private sector. The data collection can be quite difficult. For example, if the human health sector holds data pertaining to the animal health sector, or if records are not shared with the veterinary services from various manufacturers or retail outlets. The second reason was a lack of IT tools, funds, and human resources. And the OIE is doing its best to support members. The data submission platform is currently being upgraded, so it will be easier to use in the future with automatic calculations. Another concern that we have with antimicrobials in livestock is the use of antimicrobial agents for growth promotion in animals, so AGPs. Globally, several countries are still using these, including in the Asian Pacific. And the OIE is really encouraging countries to phase out the use of antibiotics for growth promotion in the absence of risk analysis. And this chart shows the number of countries reporting use of growth promoters. Those in grey at the bottom report an unknown use. Next up, we have pink, whereas reporting use of antimicrobials for growth promotion, and blue reported no use. You will see that unfortunately, out of 31 members who reported in this region, 12 reported use of antimicrobial growth promoters. By comparison, if you look next to Europe, almost all of the members there are not using growth promoters. So another problem that we have is that the OIE recommends immediate phasing out of the use of critically important antimicrobials for growth promotion. And you'll see highlighted here that of those AGPs reported, 3 are actually classed in the World Health Organization highest priority category on the critically important antimicrobials list. So these are antimicrobials that really should be reserved for use in people in very specific cases. So this is again something that we want to target. As data submitted can take a few years to collect and report, the next slides relate to data specifically for 2017. The pie chart shows species composition of animal biomass for countries included in this 2017 quantitative data analysis. And as expected, the majority is due to swine, 33%, bovine, 21%, and poultry at 16%. But as previously mentioned in the last presentation, it is noteworthy that in this region, aquaculture is very important and it's responsible for 20% of the animal biomass. This slide shows quantities of antimicrobial agents intended for use in animals. And this is adjusted by animal biomass. So we get milligrams of antimicrobial agents per kilogram of animal biomass. The graph shows the amount of antimicrobials used in terrestrial and aquatic food-producing animals. The y-axis shows milligrams of antimicrobial agents per kilogram biomass, and the blue bars are shown along the x-axis have been adjusted by reported coverage. And unfortunately, you can see that the Asia-Pacific region still has the highest antimicrobial usage in animals at almost double the global average, which is shown on the right. Next, I'd like to share some trends in antimicrobial use in animals across a number of years. This slide shows the trends on time for the global quantities of antimicrobial agents intended for use in animals based on data reported by those 69 countries that reported for every year between 2015 and 2017. And this has been adjusted by animal biomass again. This trend data, as I mentioned, on global antimicrobial use first appeared in this fifth report. And while all OIE regions presented a decrease from 2015 to 2017, the Americas reported the most important decrease by 36.69%, followed by Asia and the Pacific region, which was down by 34.24%. I will finish with this very quick reminder about One Health. Under this approach, we use collaborative efforts to address diseases and other issues that threaten both animals and humans. And I think everyone will agree that antimicrobial resistance it's important to use this multisectoral approach, as this threat crosses boundaries of animal, human, and plant health. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lisa. A very concise and very rich information. 好，我们接到的消息是。
Okay, so we have received a message that Academician Chen and now is ready for the presentation. So now let's invite Academician Chen to continue your presentation. Let's hope that this time the signal will be better. He's not yet online. Okay, so maybe we can review the slides because he is still speaking. I think the previous slides mainly elaborate that Academician Chen discovered the resistance genes and the colistin, and so that a lot of countries can start to ban colistin. Therefore, now it is widely recognized that the colistin can only be used for humans, not for animals. And here you can see some misleading information. In China, for instance, the resistance-free husbandry. Well, this is actually misleading because we know that when animals get sick, just like mankind, they need to be treated by antibiotics. So please pay attention to the one in the middle. That's our current strategy, how to deal with the resistance. Generally speaking, it's a comprehensive prevention. So we need to have a very comprehensive approach. Okay, that's all for the presentation of Academician Chen. Okay, we are 2 minutes ahead of our schedule. And now I will hand it over to Mr. Wu Yongming to moderate the next part. And he will co-moderate the next session with the Queen's University
Christopher Elliott.
So now let's give the floor to Professor Wu Yongming. Okay, so maybe we should give the floor to Chris and she will start.
Yes, Professor Wu, I'm here online.
Okay, so we will show your slides first. Wait a minute.
You are first beginning the introduction, what our project, then I will be follow what the output it is. Okay, then it's your turn. Then first you have the your presentation. Following yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Wu. Thank you, Professor Chen, for introducing our project. So for the past 4 years, we have been working together on the EU-China Safe project. That involves a large consortium of different organizations from Europe and from China. We have more than 30 partners working together. And the themes of our project have been very much on looking at big issues about food safety and big issues about food authenticity. I thought the presentation on the OIE data was very important because it set the scene very nicely for some of the work that we've been doing together. So for the past 4 years, we have been working very hard in developing new analytical tests, particularly for issues around food safety and food fraud. In terms of food safety, it was very much around measuring antibiotics in foodstuffs. And what we have been able to achieve together is developing some really cutting edge methodologies, technologies that we can use to measure antibiotic residues in food. And the presentation from OIE shows how important it is. But not only is it important to be able to measure what is present in our food, but that we can do it in a way that is agreed, that is harmonized between the European bloc countries and China. And we have been able to succeed on that. One example is nitrofuran antibiotics, where we have developed a very new method. We have validated the method. We have exchanged the method between European countries and China. And actually that method is likely to become the most widely used method in the world in future years. So I think it's a great outcome for our project. We've also been doing a lot of work on pesticide analysis. And the data for pesticides is hugely important as well. It can be a massive issue in terms of international trade, but also public health. And again, we've been able to develop a harmonized method that will be used for many pesticides, particularly in fruit and vegetables in Europe and in China. In terms of our work on food authenticity, food fraud is a major problem and a growing problem. And we have been working very closely together with centers of excellence, both in Europe and China, to develop new methodologies, but also to exchange information. And one of the big goals of our project was to find ways to exchange more information on food issues between China and Europe. So the work has been done on fraud in wine is another very good example, where we now have a single database that collects all of the authenticity issues around wine between Europe and China. And we are jointly now using that to try to eliminate, to try to protect the wine industry and consumers who buy the wine from fraud. When I talk about consumers, and we have been doing a lot of work in terms of social sciences to try to understand the views of citizens of China and the views of citizens to Europe about some of the big issues about food safety and food fraud. And what has become very apparent to us, it doesn't really matter what part of the world that you're from, consumers share the same worries, the same fears about the safety of the food that we eat. And it shows how important it is the work of regulatory agencies, not only to produce legislation, but to enforce legislation. And to be able to retain the trust of consumers, it's extremely important that we increase that amount of activity. But the very last case study of EU-China SAFE I want to talk about, we hadn't planned it at the start of the project. What we had set out to do was to develop what we call a virtual laboratory. And the virtual laboratory was about centers of excellence in China and Europe being able to share information about testing methodologies for food safety. What we did not realize during our EU-China SAFE project was going to be the pandemic that has hit our world for the last 1.5, nearly 2 years now. And can I tell you what we were able to do during pandemic in terms of keeping the project running, exchanging information has been incredible. But just to finish with one specific example. At one point in the pandemic, there was a lot of fears that the virus could be spread by food and within food. It caused many, many concerns in Europe, all over the world, actually. But what we were able to do as part of our virtual laboratory was to exchange many, many protocols for the sampling and testing of foodstuffs. So through that network that we have developed, we exchanged very, very important, very critical information. That would not have been able to happen before our EU-China SAFE project. And just to finish off with, within a few months from now, our project will formally end. But I know that we have formed many, many strong partnerships, many strong relationships, and some wonderful friendships. And we hope that we have achieved EU-China SAFE we can take forward for the future. And just to finish to say, it has been my absolute pleasure to work with Professor Wu. Professor Wu coordinated all of the activities in China. I have coordinated the activities in Europe. And just to say, it's been a pleasure, my honor to work with Professor Wu. And now, Yongning, I will pass it back to you so you can get more information about our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Today, I will report on the Intergovernmental Scientific Innovation Cooperation Program, that is the EU-China SAFE program. Theoretically, food safety is a problem faced by the whole world. The food fraud not only happened in China, but also in Europe, and how to deal with the globalization and improve the technological development in food safety, how to enhance the traceability and of food products. And we have done a lot of complementary works between China and EU. And the China National Food Safety Risk Assessment Center and the Queen's University Belfast are leading the program, and also partners have actively participated in the program. The project teams are working on food traceability, food authenticity, and some other works. In the process, Chinese government has supported the intergovernmental program. And we have set up the assessment indicators to support China's research. So the traceability technology innovation has been demonstrated by a real lab, and the program of promotion has exceeded our expectation, and we have obtained some patents. And also we have held the midterm promotion conference and assessment conference. Also, we attended the EU midterm assessment workshop. In the process, we could say that we have fulfilled many works and made a lot of achievements. Also, we have realized the international impacts. We introduced technologies and exported technologies as well. We have achieved a lot in our cooperation. The DNI barcode and the origin tracing technology, especially for wine, with the traceability platform. We could do a lot of bilateral works to ensure all the technologies. For example, the milk powder technology. We emphasize the double way input and output, and also we introduced a lot of technologies and exported a lot, as Chris emphasized. The metabolic light and some antibody preparation and fast inspection technologies and production development. In all these aspects, we achieved remarkably. The main research results, similarly, and we sent our colleagues to Europe, and also we set up a network for the lab construction. Every year, the conference we have made presentations on the annual conference every year. So I would say China invested in human resources and materials resources. Such an international cooperation has become China-EU typical cases of MIIT, and in the future it will serve as a standard or reference for the MIIT cooperation in introducing and exporting technologies. So we will be a typical case for MIIT. And both of us have the pleasure to monitor the whole process and the intergovernmental cooperation. It's one of the contributors of the successful holding of the conference. The National Health Administration has approved the organization of the meeting, and the registration document of our program in the National Food Safety Risk Assessment Center. So we are running a typical case, and this is the agenda for tomorrow morning and afternoon, and we are looking forward to your participation. And the conference was supported and sponsored by China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment and the EU. I think the most important presentations will be made tomorrow by young scientists and international experts. Thank you very much. We are 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so I would take 1 minute to advertise the program hosted by Professor Wu, and the China EU SAFE program has been implemented for 5 years, and next year it will be finished. The intergovernmental cooperation supported by MMT are a lot of its kind, but this one is a really productive one. Though we experienced the Brexit, the program has been implemented smoothly and successfully. Professor Chris Elliott is working in Queen's University, Belfast, based in the UK, but this program is between China and the EU. Over 30 organizations, both in China and Europe, have been working closely together to build the testing methodologies and database. It is really something not easy. Just now we didn't elaborate on the wine fraud or the counterfeit technologies, which are remarkable, and our research results will be applied to field anti-counterfeit works. So this is a very successful and a very useful program. And we spent over 10 minutes for promoting the program tomorrow. Please join us to listen to the research results made by the program. Next, we are going to invite 2 delegates from FAO, the official in food safety, to talk about the International Codex Committee and Science. Codex and Science. 2 officials. Dr. Marcus Leap from FAO in charge of food safety and quality, and Mr. Tom Holland, the secretary of Codex Committee. Both of them will talk about Codex and Science. Go virtual and next. And first, we are going to invite Marcus to come on to present.
Yeah, good day, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here with you. Again. In 2020, you may have noticed that, but virtually, or 2019, there were and now they are taking place again in the virtual setting with the same time constraints, with the same constraints of having no space for informal discussions to hash out differences. But in the case of Codex, with a clear notion of having a much larger participation, as the cost to participate in terms of travel costs and inconveniences and visas and authorizations are significantly lower now. So the participation in Codex meeting has gone up significantly, which is fantastic news. And that allows a much broader audience to, start participating in Codex meetings, start engaging with Codex meetings for their first time, lowering the entrance barriers for continued work, which is absolutely fantastic. At the same token, Codex 2 realizes the limitations in terms of time available. Overall, the throughput for both the scientific advice and Codex was significantly lower due to restricted day times or night times, wherever you are. During restricted hours of the day where one can meet, that's typically 3 hours maximum, rather than the 6 to 8 hours previously. So I'll stop here and wait for further interactions or engagements. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
早上5点半。
And with everything that Marcus has said, is true for Codex as well. And of course, the advantage as well that we have a lot more people who can come to Codex meetings if they want to. So basically, everybody can come to the Codex meeting if they want to. So let's see, for Codex, for this, which is like a parliament of food safety really in the world, it has become more transparent and more inclusive in this way. But obviously, there's also lots of things that we miss, as Marcus has said. But sorry, I take back to you. There was a different question to me because I just joined when Marcus was speaking already. Over to you.
Well, there may have been some miscommunication. I apologize. So we may have not received or understood all the details. And we're prepared for a panel discussion, but I think we can continue our discussion and maybe speak a little bit about tools that we were using or tools that we are missing in virtual settings. So continuing on the discourse that we had so far, of course, everybody in this room, I'm pretty positive, every attendee, every listener to this conference is now an expert in Zoom, WebEx, Teams, maybe Google Hangouts, maybe some other platforms that I haven't mentioned. There's a plethora, of course, of various video conferencing tools. And they are all nice and fairly similar in what they provide. Some come with breakout rooms, others don't, but it's maybe almost more a detail, because fundamentally the same constrictions apply. That is, we have no coffee break, we have no lunch break, we have no mingling space. There is no space for informal discussions. There is no space for networking. Now, as time goes on, we have, of course, noticed that, as I'm sure everybody else has noticed it. And we have noticed the impact of the lack of networking, where social or professional networks tend to become stagnant. They tend to not be able to, we tend to have difficulties growing them at the rate we used to. We had noticed difficulties engaging and maintaining networks to the extent we used to. And that is just, there is no virtual alternative to the physical coffee break scenario. When somebody can just walk up to me because it's a very low cost of transaction, see that I'm standing by myself in a corner and says, hey, Marcus, I have a question for you regarding check file or something. Those are often, of course not always, but regularly, those are the start of outreach. Those are the start of discussions where we can talk about improvements or processes, misunderstandings, all these things. And while both, if I may just say that, Tom, you and I have tried to explore other platforms. There are some smaller platforms that allow much more fluid interactions where little avatars on the screen and one can move closer to such an avatar and start talking. And they're very entertaining and very cute. We have not been able to create yet the same level of fluidity in interactions that allows networking and that allows the maintenance of networks and the continuation of networks. Over to you, Tom. I think that effortlessly leads to actually a question we got in the Q&A. And also one of the next points we had prepared for talking. So the question is whether we believe that the COVID-19 related implementations will have a longer life than the pandemic itself. So in other words, will virtual meetings just continue to be the new normal? Or what do we think? So I can start. I think it's a two-edged sword, like many things or most things in life. I think we have learned, and this is particularly in the codex world, I have worked in other settings where this was maybe a little bit more common. We have worked how to include the virtual world in our daily lives, or daily work lives at least. We have learned how to do certain settings, certain amounts of meetings, certain types of meetings in a virtual world. And we have also seen that there are, under specific circumstances, benefits. One saves a lot of time in traveling. That's good. One can meet more frequently. That's also good to some extent. So that there are some benefits. We can interact more fluidly with other electronic tools, different sort of engagements in group document development through any of the other tools, through chat functions, through other group texting, or whichever way people have implemented that. So there's a lot of positive outcome, more fluidity there, which requires quite a bit of literacy, electronic literacy from every participant, plus, and that is not necessarily given for everybody on this world, internet access at all times. Now, the downsides of that, of course, are clear to everybody too. So the work-life boundaries blur increasingly due to the various time zones that are involved. So that's good, but that's not so good. But coming back to meetings. So yes, I do expect that we will continue to integrate virtual meetings in our work where they make sense. As Tom said already, physical meetings do provide a set of benefits that we have not been, and we have never experienced it elsewhere, been able to replicate. That's the networking aspect, which is okay for a certain period, or let's say a certain intensity, to forego that. But there is a penalty to this, and this is that networks will weaken over time, social networks, or will not enlarge at least. There is the third version, which is likely that we have to face. These are hybrid meetings. And in that context, we are just participating in a hybrid meeting. You are, many of you are in the room. Some of you are online. Tom and I are online. So the classical setting of a hybrid meeting with mixed physical and virtual attendance. They have value. They allow a higher level of participation. Again, the cost of transaction or the cost of participation is much smaller. So that's a wonderful, in theory, effect. But they do create a dual attendance-ship, if I may say that way. So two kinds of attendees, the virtual ones and the online ones. The virtual ones will not be able to participate for lunch, for breakouts, or much more difficult in breakouts, for coffee breaks, for the joint dinners, for having the ability to reach out to someone and say, do you want to have a drink after whatever? So all, again, we're coming back to the networking aspect, to the social interaction aspect, where there will be a dual a set of attendants, some that are in the room that can benefit from all of that, and some that are not in the room and attending virtual and are excluded from a set of interactions that the other participants can enjoy. That will and does always create its own set of challenges, and which is difficult.
You have
in
3 more minutes to finish this conversation. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. This is difficult in meetings that bank on equal participation. So where all experts are expected to engage equally at the same footing, or all countries, if I just may say that for Codex, are expected to engage on an equal footing. Tom, last 2 minutes are yours.
Yeah, hybrid.
Thank you very much. 我想大家听了以后，我的感想是 Codex
Both of their delegates
是必须要有世界各个国家共同参与。
It's an event which needs to be participated by all the countries, from Professor Fan to the 2 speakers who presented just now. We could see that the work cannot be done by Secretariat only. It needs joint efforts in the Roman Secretariat. They made great efforts to make use of their virtual meeting to overcome the challenges of COVID-19, and all the committees. Conferences are organized, and next month, CIFSQ conference will be organized. This is an annual meeting. Thanks to the discussions of the committees, and the conference need to approve the proposal submitted by the committees. So we can get an idea about their efforts and endeavors. We don't need to focus on the details, but we need to highlight their endeavors and efforts. Tom, are you still there?
answer here.
Okay, I have a few words for you too. One is we all admire your effort in moving forward the Codex activities in this very difficult time. And secondly, I know both of you are high demand in China. Tom has received 3 invitations for meetings within 1 week in China. Yesterday, today, and the next week. And Marcus, you have received 2 invitations, yesterday and today. So I think you will feel very proud. China needs you. Of course, not only 2 of you individually, but we need Codex and risk assessment bodies like JECFA and the GEMRA. So thank you very much for getting very early in the 5:30 in the morning in order to speak to us and give us high encouraging words on Codex. 好，谢谢大家。现在的时间是过了4分钟，抱歉。
I'm sorry, we are 4 minutes behind the schedule. And next, we are going to have the panel discussion, the last session for this morning. We are going to invite Dr. Ivry, the independent senior advisor to industry leaders, former the non-corporate general manager and the GFSI chairman, global ambassador for CIFSQ conference. He will moderate the panel discussion together with Terence Ting Law from Hong Kong Polytechnic University.
So, can we start? Can you hear me? Great. So thank you for Professor Chen. You know, you are my food safety idol. You know, I would like to stay just like you know, forever young, at least in my mind and my body. So thank you. So good morning, Beijing. Good morning. By the way, this is a green tea. It's not beer. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Have your pick depending on which part of the planet you are connected from. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for staying up late, you know, just for my American friend, and waking up before dawn, you know, for the European. I strongly regret that I am unable to be with you in person today, but I am pleased to see that so many of you could join us physically and virtually. I hope you are all doing well in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been turning our world upside down for 2 years now, and has been challenging us as a nation, as an organization, and as individuals in ways we never imagined. In spite of that, I am really honored and pleased to share this session together with Terence. Today, we have a great lineup of speakers. All together on aggregate, we have got more than 2 centuries seniority. So let's get started. Briefly, I would like to set the scene. It would be fair to say that the food revolution that hit the agri-industry has led to the food operators are facing some of their biggest challenges. So persistent hunger, foodborne disease, still way too high, because as the saying goes, and Tom talked about that, if it is not safe, it's not food. And on top of that, increase in obesity rates and the constant quest for more healthy food, with the need in parallel to feed a growing world population while using less land, water, and other limited resources. All these factors raise multiple challenges to the agri-food business. These multiple challenges have been transforming the way we produce, market, consume, communicate to consumer, and think about food. So what to do? A food and food safety horizon scanning has helped a leading food manufacturer first to assess whether they are adequately prepared for these future challenges and identify new trends and solutions likely to have an impact on food production practice and policy. So the main aim of this session is to provide a brief overview of the results of the systematic examination of potential threats, opportunities, and likely future development led by leading companies, and how they are addressing this food revolution is the most efficient and sustainable way. So what I can say beforehand is that the entire debate can be summarized in 3 key words: digitalization, collaboration, and innovation. So we know that a collaborative platform and digital solution offer considerable opportunities for gathering, integrating, and analyzing data to better predict, better and quicker predict, address, assess, and manage food safety risk. Multi-stakeholder collaboration. For many years, we need collaboration. But multi-stakeholder collaboration supported by scientific excellence from academic organizations, such as Hong Kong Polytechnic University, allow large-scale projects and up-and-coming applicable breakthrough innovation. Novel food and novel food processing techniques are important to address the new challenges the food industry is facing, as well for business profitability. So this session will be run this way. Firstly, to set the scene, give you a little bit of background and overview of the ways I have addressed the challenge, each panelist will share with you some slides. At the end of each presentation, if this is the case, Terence and Ask will ask the question that jump out of our mind. Then at the end of all the presentation, not more than 5-minute presentation, we will launch the debate with more specific questions. And the last but not least, at the end, I do hope that we will have time. We will open up questions to the floor. So let's get started. Sit back, relax, enjoy the session. We are going to take off. So we will be approaching the subject from different angles. Terence, by the way, feel free to jump in at any time you wish. So the first speaker is Stephanie Evans, Senior Director, Food Protection, Conagra Brands. Stephanie has got, as you said, as already said, has got 20 years of experience and consulting in the food industry across large company and small startup as well, which is really important because all those startups can pave the way for the future. In a broad category of food and beverage, she is currently in charge of a team that support Conagra manufacturing facilities and the internal audit team. So, Stephanie, are you here?
Yes.
You will have no more than 5 minutes for your presentation to give us a little bit of background. And at the end, we could ask a question before the panel discussion. So sorry, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the invite to the panel here. I will quickly jump into my slides. I know we have some limited time. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let me pull up my slides here. Oh, just 1 second. Oh, give me a moment here. The slides are not wanting to show. Apologies.
We can hear you.
Yes, I'm having a problem sharing my screen. I apologize. I'm trying here. Here we go. Can everyone see that?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Excellent. So quickly, what I will go through is ConAgra is doing a lot of work in the area of digitization and sharing of data. As many manufacturers, I suspect, deal with, we have data coming in from multiple sources. And our first focus has been on our internal network and looking at our data that might be coming in from our manufacturing plants with the goal to expand looking at data coming in from multiple locations. So our current need, I think similar to a lot of other companies on the globe, has been that we are facing labor shortages, increased production demand, a lot of supply chain issues, and scheduling complexities due to the labor and supply chain issues. So what we want to do is have a more proactive view of network and facility health so that we can predict food safety in a more proactive manner. We'd like a broader view of both our internal facilities and, as I said, our co-manufacturers and suppliers. And then, as I said, we're generating a lot of data in different areas that we would like to use to be more predictive. Future state for us is to actually perform data analytics on different food safety metrics as they're fed into the system so that we can weight the different scores based on how they help us predict food safety in our network. And then build a model with objective algorithms so that we can actually calculate a health score for different areas of our network. This will allow us to flag certain areas that will be high risk and then output that data into dashboarding tools so that our entire network can see what's going on in real time. These are just high-level overview slides of what that would look like. So the goal is to, like I said, generate those data analytics and create what we would call heat maps, which you can see on the side here. We would place those areas of our network that are performing well into the green areas, those that are at moderate stress levels into yellow, and then those areas that are performing well from a food safety standpoint into our green areas. I won't actually go into the calculations. This is just a high-level overview of how we generate these heat maps and are able to then bucket our different areas of our network. And the output becomes something like this, where we take, at this case, we're looking at variances in our locations, and we plot them onto a heat map so that we can then see where we have stress within our network. And then we're able to drill down into each of those plants specifically and look at one plant and know exactly what's going on in a number of different metric areas. Things like what we call a micro score, which would be sanitation and environmental monitoring type data, or quality incidences if a plant is having issues with quality problems on the floor. So again, I won't go into all the details of each of these steps, but this is one way from a very high-level overview of how we're trying to see better into our network and assimilate a lot of data that we have coming into different areas of our network so that we can have a broader view of health within the network.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Seth. You set the scene very nicely. As you know, now we have got so much data to handle, and we can get the support from artificial intelligence. I guess we will talk more about that in the panel discussion. But thank you for your great presentation and inspiring presentation. So we will move on to the next speaker. Steph, stay here because we will have interesting question at the end. So the next speaker is Mark. Mark Feiling, Vice President, Global Food Safety and Quality, General Mills. In his role, Mark leads the Food Safety and Quality Organization, supporting General Mills' global business. This includes working with a business team around the world to assure that the new products are designed to be safe, wholesome, and regulatory compliant. That is really a key point because in the coming year, a lot of novel food will be put on the market. And we should get a kind of learning curve in order to manage that. So, Mark, are you here? Yes, you are. Wonderful, wonderful. We can hear you. Yes, you can go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, great. Great. Thank you. You made a very good point. I mean, collaboration is something which is really important. Collaboration is important, but we need a company leadership. And I would like to thank, your company, General Mills, for, let's say, moderating that and grouping together all the expertise that are available from science, NGO, all of that, to be sure that, as you said, if it is not safe, it's not food. And allergen is one of the biggest risks that is remaining. So through collaboration, a lot of can be done. And thank you, Mark, for your leadership in this field. So the next speaker now, I know her very well. I know all the speakers very well, by the way, but Monique a little bit more because she works for a company that I love, Danone. Monique Pellegrino, she is Vice President, Chief Food Safety Officer, Danone. She has got 25 years of experience in driving sustainable growth and competitiveness by leading diverse function in international environment, quality and food safety, environment, regulatory affair, R&D, innovation, and strategic planning. She had a broad vision of, what quality, food safety, and how can we design the right product in order to meet consumer expectations. So, Veronique, thank you for waking up early. By the way, I know that you are not an early bird. That make your commitment stronger. So, Monique, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Yves. By the way, I'm with my colleagues and friends, Fatsana, yes, who is.
I will introduce her.
Oh, you will try introduce her afterwards.
I will do it, before the Q&A session.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Yves. So yes, I think you've really nicely set up the scene, highlighting the challenge in the food system, which might impact food safety. And we will address, I strongly believe that we collectively will address these challenges only if all actors who share responsibilities on food safety will collaborate, and if we are able to leverage at best what we have, especially in the domain of food technology, of technologies. And my second belief is that as food business operators, we have a special role to play to show the way. So it's absolutely obvious today that digital innovation in the context of big data and analytics, artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, also blockchain, are among the great assets to be leveraged to address those challenges that you have reminded if just in your intro. So with Fatsana, we would like to share here a few examples that illustrate how at Danone, new digital solutions have improved our food safety management system by enabling improved risk anticipation, prevention, and management, by faster emergency responses, also by having a hand-to-hand traceability and transparency, and globally by improving the efficiency in many of our activities. So I'd like to now present those examples that are clustered in 4, let's say, functionalities. First, regarding anticipation and prevention. So here we can mention the use of artificial intelligence with machine learning to reinforce anticipation and emerging risk, ensuring maximum coverage of food safety ecosystem and great reactivity. Another example in this cluster is the use of probabilistic and predictive modeling to reduce uncertainty and improve the robustness of our risk assessments, and also to be an enabler for food safety standard setup. And the third example that I can mention here on the anticipation and prevention is the use of NGS and WGS, whole genome sequencing, to trace and track hazards, support root cause analysis. And of course, it also announced early identification of hazard and predict presence of emergence of pathogen microorganism. So those are examples that are really things that we are doing currently in Danone and that have drastically improved the anticipation and prevention of risk. Second, functionality or areas of improvements through IT and data is the verification activities. And here, I believe my friend Mark Wikowski will further develop on this aspect, but we can mention that at the non-digitalization of third-party audit reports that now are centralized in a cloud-based solution are really facilitating data mining to monitor the food safety performance of our sites in order to identify opportunities for improvement and also to help us prioritize actions. We also can mention the use of ICT and electronic and augmented reality devices for inspection and verification activities. So those things are things that we are developing for our audit system. Moving on to the third area of improvement is performance review. So more globally, the digitalization and centralization of quality and food safety data that are generated all along the value chain allowed to support risk-based approach. You know that risk-based approach is something that we are looking more and more to make more sense in everything we do. And risk-based approach to identify and prioritize action is something that we are really developing thanks to digitalization and centralization of quality and food safety data. It also allows to prevent food safety risk using predictive analytics with machine learnings to really find out patterns in the data. Last but not least, the end-to-end traceability and transparency. And of course, we can illustrate the benefits for traceability and transparency by using blockchain technology. So I'd like here to hand over to Farzana to tell you more about the technical solutions that are behind these different functionalities. So Farzana, the floor is yours.
So, so sorry, we are running out of time. If you can, you have 10 seconds for no.
Finishing Eve. So I think if you look at some guidelines, get the right information for our consumer. Stop here, and then we can take questions later on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You nicely set the scene that it's very important to say that you know data management is important. But we need the right tool because otherwise we're gonna get garbage in and garbage out. So the right tool must be put in place. So now I will hand over the floor to Terence. Terence, are you here? That means if you can take over the floor and introduce the last three panelists. But as already said, timing is tight. If you can keep, no more than 5 minutes for your presentation, we would appreciate it. Thank you. Terence, the floor is yours. I'm gonna drink my tea now. Not yet. It was on screen, Great. We got it. Thanks. And you raise a very good point. I do believe that food operators must be prepared to cope with the obsolescence of their workforce knowledge and skill. That means more than ever, we should raise the bar and capacity building and training to accompany, this evolution, going to play an instrumental role in the future. So, next speaker, Terence.
Tyson Food, in charging on global food safety and regulatory. She has 20 years international team quality and food safety management and lab management experience in food and health industry.
Yeah.
Okay, no need for the also in the food industry.
And thank you for the conveners of this conference and panel for the invite. I think it was around this time last year where I had the pleasure of joining you all during what I think was Election Tuesday in the United States of America. So it allowed me to stay up late to actually see the result. The first game of the baseball World Series. challenge. Who owns change happening?
Thank you. Yeah. So I guess Sean has already addressed that, but I would like to get your viewpoint on SWOT analysis about data management. I guess data management, gathering data, can provide a huge support, but there are risks as well. I would like to get your viewpoint on the SWOT analysis. That means, what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, what are the threats, and what are the opportunities? I am sure that for the people, it's going to be great to get, that means what has been done ahead in order to be sure that, what you have been doing can really support the business. So who want to answer this question? Just in 2 or 3 sentences. Good. Who want to? Yeah, any other? So go ahead. Great. So yeah, go ahead. Good. So just the last one, I guess we are running out of time, but I have an additional question. I guess it's about novel foods. That means food science advance can fuel practical application. We know that for the consumer, food must be safe, but food is not only putting calorie in your body for an active life. Food is emotion. That means when we talk about innovation, sometimes the consumer can be reluctant to let's say to buy a breakthrough innovation. We don't want to duplicate again the NGO mistakes that we made in terms of communication a few years ago. That means how can you let's say ensure that science can meet consumer expectation? I talk about novel food, and if I would like to take an example about the COVID-19 pandemic. That means one of the hard lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrates that scientists alone cannot reassure people. They need more. So what is your viewpoint on that? That means, sometimes there is no regulatory framework. That means it's costly and risky to develop a novel food, a new product. And but that means I am sure that Monique, you have got a viewpoint as a former R&D VP. You know, you have a viewpoint.
Thank you, Yves. Yes, no, I think we must really foster the public trust and confidence in the safety of the product. So it's really start by communicating in a relevant manner, meaning probably be more having a more holistic approach on communication, being more positive, more proactive, more transparent. This is really key for engaging the consumers, and I think it's also about a question of educating consumers, so engaging him as well as educating him by developing practical and innovative food safety education, because I think the perception of consumer is totally different than the perception of scientists on food safety. So we really need to engage and empower them through a continuous and two ways communication. So I think it's really start by this, and of course we must also make use of trusted channel for customized messages, because we know that today consumers are really affected, I would say, by infodemic and the shortness of the news cycle. So there is an overabundance of information. It's really difficult to assess accuracy with a lot of fake news, and we have competing information from experts and official sources. A lot of confusion and poor level of messages penetration. So I believe risk communication is an area where we should improve drastically.
And digital solution can help, because, you know, we should adapt our way to communicate to consumer. Just what I would like to say, you know, you are, all of you, you know, are protein maker, and we know that in the near future, red meat could be an issue. So we talk about a new source of protein. So how can you start, you know, let's say, communicating in order to be sure that the consumer will be ready to switch from red meat to, let's say, other sources of protein? Because, you know, we should demonstrate ahead of that. If it is not safe, it's not food. How can you ensure that, you know, the consumer can really get, you know, the right information to be ready, I would say, to buy this new product? So who wanna say something about that? It's mainly, you know, risk assessment.
Yeah. Look, I would say that risk management is, as I think I shared my view with you earlier, risk management is a combination of risk awareness and risk appetite. So it's very important to have both, because you enter into a risky zone when you have a poor level of risk awareness and a high level of risk appetite. So risk awareness starts by science, and I think we should acknowledge that on some aspect we have uncertainties and even unknown when we assess risks. So we should be clear on what we know and what we don't know. So and communicating with the consumer accordingly.
Thank you. No other comment. So as the session is drawing to a close, do you have a last word before we leave? It's crystal clear for all of you. So moreover, you know, I don't want to impinge on your lunchtime. You might be starting now because it was a very long morning. So thank you everyone for your outstanding contribution. I would like to thank the panelists for their outstanding and inspiring presentation. And and thank you all of you for watching us. I hope you have enjoyed the session. See you next year. I hope in Shanghai. A big round of applause to the speaker. Thank you again. But I would like to say to my Chinese friend, you know, we miss China. So we would like to be sure that next year we will be able to come over to your wonderful, energizing country. Because, you know, every time we come over to your wonderful country, It's just like, getting a boost of energy. Your, let's say, commitment, your dynamism, your positive thinking about the future make us, feel younger. So thank you all. Have a great day. Enjoy the session. A big round of applause to our speaker. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Bye. Thank you.
The morning session is about to be closed, and the afternoon session will be started by 2 o'clock. We have 5 breakout sessions, and we'll come back. Thank you again for participation.